Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day one of Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Weisenhaus, Germany. I am Christian Kirilla, and my co-host here is the brilliant Maria Emelianova. Maria, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Although it's already afternoon here, I thankfully
Lucky
didn't
you.
have to get up at 5 a.m. Hi, Christian. Hi, Chad. Good to be
Eh,
back here.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we have such an exciting format today, and for the rest of the week, for the rest a couple of weeks as well. I believe maybe 10 days or so. But we're going to start with some freestyle chess rapid for the first couple of days, after which we're going to move on to classical chess. But I'm excited because guess what? On day one, in the first round, we have a huge clash. Hikaru is going to be playing against Magnus. That's the startup for us. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's basically a final match of two of the Fisher Random World Championships in the past. Both played in Norway.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we no, one of them was in Iceland. Yeah, one in Iceland, one in Norway. Yeah, it's insane.
I,
It's such a treat. Hopefully, it's not the last, because they might meet again if they both make it to the knockout and then meet again, hopefully in the final.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Hikaru is the reigning freestyle chess or chess 960, however you want to call it. He's the reigning world champion right now. I believe it happened in 2022. You just mentioned it
Hmm.
was in Iceland. It was a very
Hmm.
exciting event, and I'm sure Hikaru is getting some good emotions and good memories from that as well that he will be bringing to the table today. So, just to recap, let's say the format for today. This is stage one. And after the first couple of days, we're going to be moving into stage two. Stage one is a rapid round robin. The top eight players move on to the knockout, while the bottom two get eliminated. All games are 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increments. So you cannot relax too much. Sure, it's the top eight, but you don't want to take any chances. You want to start off strong so that you kind of establish yourself
Hmm.
in the top eight.
And you also get better pairing, well, in theory, better pairing in the knockouts.
Absolutely.
But I see that the position actually has been drawn already. It's a very nice number,
Okay.
906.
Position 906. All right. All right. Let's see how that one will
It's
look like.
a
Have you ever
very
done
interesting
have you
setup.
ever done commentary for Chess 960,
No,
Maria? Or
but
freestyle chess?
I'm very excited because I'm horrible at openings. So it's perfect for me.
Believe
Oh,
me, if
thanks,
I
Wandering Bishop. We just got, yeah, it's Rook, King, Queen, Rook, Bishop, Bishop, Knight, Knight. It's very interesting. Like, how do you even start here? Because what I noticed, a lot of players like to push pawns in front of Queen and Rook if they are next to each other. But then here, Queen is next to the King.
Yes. Yes.
So if you do push those two pawns, you have to castle short, but then the queen is on c file. So
I don't
like
think we see it for the moment
no, not yet,
on
but
our board. But yeah, it looks very interesting. I'm sure the players right now are probably having a little bit of time to analyze. Look, I think it was Alireza who made a very good point at some tournament in St. Louis, one of the Chess 9LX, it was called in St. Louis
mm,
tournaments, and he said that look, we've had thousands of years to try to analyze the initial position of chess. And guess what? Um, we still don't know exactly what's happening. Do you think you're going to be able to understand what's happening in a position in 5 minutes for the first time after you see it? You're not. No chance.
oh,
And it seems like while I was saying that beautiful story, my camera decided to die. Let's see if I can restart that. Boom.
It's
Here we
okay.
go. I'm back.
Uh-oh. Well, I just was promoted to a grandmaster.
The usual hiccups from day one.
And that's
It's
okay.
all good. It's all good. We're getting those.
Yeah, exactly. It's still unclear, even when you analyze with the computer after playing your own chess 960 game. I still cannot get any answers because
Absolutely.
I play one game, it says great move.
Mm-hmm.
I play completely different move, great move. But you
Mm-hmm.
missed out on bishop development. And I'm like, well, but I developed queen, rook, and knight with one move. So
Absolutely.
I don't think
Absolutely.
anyone knows.
The patterns are so strange and they carry on throughout the middle game as well. Like all of the patterns and all of the tactics that you've seen from an early age, growing
Hmm.
up and becoming, the top best players in the world. All of those things, they kind of fly away out the window, at the beginning at least, until you get used to it. So that's why I feel the rapid portion, I don't want to say it's going to be random, right? Because they're still, they're still so strong. But I feel we're going to see quite a few number of blunders,
Hmm.
especially in day one. Day two, the players might already be somewhat more relaxed, and understand the patterns and how to view them quicker. But in
Hmm.
day one, I have a feeling that we're going to see some big ones, some big blunders. So it should be fun.
Yeah, also a lot of players did not really have time to even start preparing for the Fisher Random games because half of them just came out of Tata Steel tournament.
Hmm.
A lot of them had to travel, so I don't know. Was Hikaru preparing for 960? I doubt it. He also had a full schedule. He always has.
Well, he's always online, right?
Yeah.
But the one good thing about freestyle right now is that the players did have somewhat of a training schedule because they started doing these freestyle Fridays. I don't know if you've been
Hmm.
following them, but there's a couple of tournaments very similar to Title Tuesday, but in freestyle chess, basically. And I'm pretty sure Hikaru has been playing those
He
on a
was.
regular
Yeah.
basis. And he's doing quite well. So definitely those have been used as training ground for this one.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. I actually was watching my chat was insisting for me to play, but I looked through the list and I was like, oh, I have 1500 rating in Fisher Random. If I do go and I beat some players, they will be upset.
They will.
So that
Yes,
was my
yes,
excuse to not to play, but I
yes.
did watch, and actually it was really interesting to see the approach of top players to development. Like
Yes.
Magnus pretty much went with this setup that I mentioned. Once it's a queen and a rook, he just
Hmm.
pushes those two pawns.
Hmm. And
Except
in
he
this
didn't
case,
do that against Hikaru and Alexander Bortnik.
hmm
I'm not
hmm
sure why.
yeah, it's interesting. You see sort of the same best players that you see in Title Tuesday. You see them in freestyle as well.
Hmm.
It's quite interesting. It just goes to show that once you're a good chess player, it kind of translates to a lot of things. But yes, as you are mentioning, and I do believe we're seeing the board that the players will start with. You see the king on b1, you see the queen on c1, and the rook on d1 right next to it. You
Hmm.
were mentioning that you're expecting something along the lines of maybe c4, the pawn in front of
D4.
the queen, or d4, right?
Yeah. But then the question arises, what do you do with your king? Because if you do want to castle short, you have to develop almost all the pieces.
Absolutely. Yep. You have
Even the
to
knight
yeah,
on h1 has to be gone.
you have to empty the whole back
No,
row. And
no,
finally
knight
we
on
got
h1 can stay. Yeah, only knight on h1 and rook on a1 don't need to be touched. The rook on
the rook
d1
on
and the
d1
king.
doesn't have to, right?
Yeah, the rook and the king obviously need to stay, but you have to develop the bishops
Hmm.
and the knight from g1,
Yes.
and
So
you cannot do that without pushing at least e pawn and maybe g or e pawn.
Yeah, I would do something like d4 followed by e4, get this
Mm-hmm.
bishop somewhere on c3, the bishop on e1, get this bishop from f1 somewhere on d3 or c4, depending
Mm-hmm.
obviously how
Mm-hmm.
black reacts, get the knight on f3. I have a feeling this queen is going to land somewhere on e3,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you see something along the lines of d4, and we already have moves. Maria, we're
Oh,
off.
wow.
We're off to the races. And as we predicted, d4 is the first move. d4, d5 makes a lot of sense. Again, let's remind everybody, we're not starting with classical. That's going to be after the first couple of days. We're
Mm-hmm.
starting with rapid, so the players need to make their decisions. Ooh, this one is a bit of a wrinkle we didn't expect. f3. What do you
Yeah,
think of
because
this?
he's also blocking the knight, right?
Mm-hmm.
But maybe the setup is f3, e4, and then the knight can land on e2.
Mm-hmm.
If Magnus is not touching the pawn on c1 on c2, it means he might even consider to do long castle, or maybe not even touch the king for now. And in some games, they sometimes just push a pawn, and the rook naturally develops via a3.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
also possible.
That's
Very
definite. That's
flexible.
definitely an option. I think in this one is going to be difficult to do because especially after a4, rook a3, you have to contend with ideas of e5, right? The bishop is already on f8. You get hit with that bishop on the rook. So what he's thinking most likely is what you said for the first time, and that is that he's probably going to try to develop the rook on a1 by just simply castling
Mhm.
long, most likely, especially after this move f3. Now, in order to castle long, you do have to move the other rook from d1. So this rook from d1 has to go somewhere on e1, and then you can castle long. Um,
Yeah,
Obviously, a
funnily
very,
enough,
very
you have
interesting
to remove
position.
one rook in order to castle with the other rook.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 It's a bit of a strange situation. By the way, bishop b5 is given a question mark, um, as you can see. That's a bit surprising. And a4. So
Yeah, but I don't really trust too much with like first moves in freestyle chess on chess.com because it says you missed on a chance on developing or preparing your bishop for development. Maybe you
yes.
don't even need the bishop to be developed, but like if Hikaru has a setup that he's sure is gonna work and he's not blundering any like very quick tactics, then I don't see why this move can be bad.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep. Bishop to a6 definitely makes some sense, as you were just mentioning. This bishop on
Yeah.
f1,
Yeah,
it's
it's
getting hit,
undefended, so the pawn on e2 is pinned
pinned.
currently.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm.
if everything around Magnus's development was based on that pawn move, then he is almost entire king side. I'm never sure whether I should say king side or queen side, but I will
That's
go
going to
with
take some getting
yeah.
used to. That's for sure.
Do we
Yes.
still call e1 to h1 a king side, even if our king is tucked in the corner and the queen is next to him?
I think at some point we decided on the long side and the short side.
But which
So
one is short side?
I think this is the long side right now, just
Okay.
because the king is all the way to on b1,
Okay.
and this is the short side. But again, I
We
mean,
can
do
call
with
it
it
knight
whatever you
corner.
want.
Horsey corner.
Honestly, do with it whatever you want. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Knight f2, interesting. And we were saying, look, a4, I understand. You're hitting the bishop. You're looking at ideas of rook to a3. But again, rook a3 is always met with e5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is a problem. So Magnus is deciding to go in a completely different route. And I guess he's trying to block your idea of keeping this pawn pinned with the move knight to d3
Mm-hmm.
and then play the move e4. Perhaps this is what he's looking at.
Yeah,
Or
perfect.
or he can go something like bishop b4 or c3. You decide. That defends the bishop on f1 and then
Mm-hmm.
go for e4.
True, although he probably wants to delay bishop development for longer since there are so many options where it can go. But since the pawn on c2 is likely not going to be moving anytime soon, because if you do move it, you also meet queen f5 idea potentially.
Absolutely. No. And I mean, you already play the move A4. You generally don't want to open things up on both
Yeah,
sides of
true.
that
B3 will
B1
be a
square.
weakness.
Exactly, exactly. And by the way, we have cameras, Maria. So
Yep.
um, welcome, Hikaru. Welcome, Magnus. Good to see you. It seems like they're in the heat
Uh-oh.
of the battle right now. They have a beautiful. Do I is my camera dead again? My goodness. Here we go. I'm back.
Not sure what to do when it happens. Like, should I,
No, you
like,
should tell me. You should definitely tell me. You should definitely tell me. I'll try to be as fast as possible.
and I disappear just in case.
We do a bit of shuffling, you know,
Yeah.
bit of shuffling.
Well, at least we have Magnus. We can look at him.
Yes, yes, yes. It's a beautiful resort, by the way. I'm hearing very good things about it. I don't know. Have you been there already?
Yeah, I've
To
been there last
Weisenhaus?
year. It's honestly amazing. Sorry, guys, there is a bit of construction outside. Yeah, it's a private resort. So for the tournament, they completely blocked it from anyone else being able to reserve it.
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
it's just the players and organizers and guests. And honestly, it's just a beautiful place. There is
Yeah.
so much nature. They have like spa and amazing restaurants. All everybody's staying in villas. Some villas are shared. But it's just you feel so tranquil all the time.
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
And the venue is also fantastic. So
Yeah, yeah. No, it sounds like the ideal place to play freestyle chess or anything related to that. And this is what I'm hearing from a lot of people as well. It feels like there's a lot of silence
mhm,
around you. Silence kind of engulfs you, which is interesting for sure. Rook takes d3, bishop takes d3, rook takes d3. As we expected, Magnus decided to put the knight on d3, but Hikaru makes a big decision. He's giving up the bishop pair, but he's taking the center immediately with his move e5. And I like this idea of knight g6, e5. e3, Magnus stays a bit more flexible in his approach, in his pawn structure.
mhm,
No e4, e3, quiet for the moment. But what you don't want to allow as black is the opening of the position, because then these two bishops are going to be so, so powerful. Rook to
mhm.
b3. Okay. What do you think of this move, Maria? What is Magnus trying to do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He seems very confident in his decisions here, but with our dark squared bishop controlling um, b4 and a3,
Hmm.
this rook might potentially get trapped.
Yes. Well, this rook on a1 is definitely not moving. No. So
Yeah.
what Magnus is doing, he's going to, in fact, go queen to d2 and then just castle.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is his plan.
Yeah,
Move the
that
queen
castle,
away
of
and
course,
castle.
brings the rook to d1, which is why he moved the other rook.
Hmm.
But it just seems like the rooks are castling, not the king.
Hmm. Hmm. And that's a move. That's a defensive move right now, a6, because there was a big threat in the position. If you don't do a6, or if you don't defend this a6 square, for example, you play such a natural move, let's say
Mm-hmm.
bishop to d6, you can
Mm-hmm.
basically resign after bishop a6. It's over. And that was the idea of rook to b3. Now, obviously, that wasn't played. A6 was played, and g4. Whoa, what is this?
Wow.
What is Magnus trying to do?
Magnus is shaking a tree from both sides.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, yes, he is. Yes, he is.
But I do like Hikaru's position more, but despite having no bishop pair, it just seems a bit more tidied up, right?
Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh.
Like
Yep.
with Magnus, like first of all, Hikaru has only one minor piece still undeveloped, but bishops in 960 often take part in the game without being moved.
Mm-hmm.
Um, while Magnus, okay, his bishop on f1 is great. It's looking at the king side. And The
What to do
other
with the
one
bishop on e1,
maybe,
right?
yeah, the other one is also very flexible. Like he's delaying its development in order to decide whether to go to g3, which seems tempting, or join on the
I
king's.
think he wants to go to g3. I
Yeah,
think he wants to go to g3. There's not
that's
that
the
much to do
idea.
on this side. And this square is more or less reserved for the queen. If you go queen d2, you would block this path for the bishop anyway. And why he played g4 is, for example, if you go bishop to g3 first, I have a feeling that knight h5 is going to hit this bishop very often.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps this is what he wanted to avoid by playing the move g4 in the first place. So play this move g4, take more space, also take away the f5 square for the queen. I think this is quite an important square that the queen was enjoying having. And c5, I like this move. I really like this move. I think this was an important move for
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru because, again, he's taking away, Magnus is taking away a lot of your squares, f5,
Mm-hmm.
h5. You need to do something. You need to find another avenue for your expansion. And he goes c5. I like it.
Yeah, so do you think Hikaru is looking potentially into castling to so-called short side?
I think for the moment, that's actually a very good question.
Because he's only bishop and queen away from castling there, and that can screw all of the plans of Magnus.
That would
Although the
be
pawn on
ideal.
d4 is.
Yes, that would actually be ideal. So for example, let's just make a couple of moves while Magnus thinks. Let's say you go. I'm not going to make the best move. I'm just going to play some moves. Queen to
Mm-hmm.
c6. You go
Mm-hmm.
queen to d2. Now I think I can castle,
Yep.
and I believe you're in trouble right now because this
Yeah.
rook is going to c1, c8, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
This other rook goes to d8, and by the way, we have some moves.
And
I
suddenly
don't
that
want to.
rook on b3 is really awkward. And rook is not the best defender. It's a good attacker, but it's not a good defender for the king.
And he took on c5. He decided to take with the queen, Hikaru. Now, the problem taking with the queen is that rook to c3 might, you know, kill all of these
Yeah,
plans
but he
that we were
maybe
just
was
looking at.
afraid of the same move with bishop c5
He
because,
definitely was,
yeah,
yes.
because then you cannot move the queen without hanging your bishop.
Yeah, I think d4 would have been fine for him, but there's a lot to calculate, and he didn't want to go into this. Again, they're running out of time right now. We're already halfway through the first game, both players around the 5 minute mark. This one is going to get much faster. Knight to e2. Okay, what do we do? Do we go bishop to d6 and try to castle short, or do we keep this king on the queen side and go something like king to a7?
I'm very tempted to castle away, but then we need to also bear in mind the hanging pawn on b7.
Yeah, bishop
But then
d6.
maybe Magnus should not take it even because then the b file is opening up, and then we are going to attack his king.
Yeah. Look, bishop d6 is a very natural move. You're one move away from castling.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you give up, as you just mentioned, the pawn on b7, it's a sacrifice, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
a sacrifice, and perhaps you're getting some good counterplay in exchange. And white still so many moves away from potentially castling on the other side and hiding the king on the other side. And even if you do so, you already played the move g4. You could be in trouble on the other side as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure where the king on b1 is going to be safe in this game.
Yeah, but he cannot even castle there. Like for Magnus, the moment I think that's why Hikaru took on d3 with the bishop. He said, "You are not castling short side anymore."
Yes,
So while his king can teleport, Magnus Magnus is stuck on b1.
it is for the moment. It is for the moment, and that's why it seems like he doesn't even care. Um, he goes for knight g3. He's like, okay, I'm not interested necessarily in development. I just want to start threatening something. And knight g3 did threaten to infiltrate via f5, and that would have
Mm-hmm.
been problematic. That's why Hikaru immediately went knight e7. 5 minutes for Hikaru, 4 minutes 30 for Magnus. And let's not forget, they get 10 seconds increment every time they make a move.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting position. Like, see, Hikaru is glancing at Magnus with like, what are you gonna do now? Because if anything, Hikaru's position looks almost normal.
Yeah,
After castling short, this is like a very normal, nice position for black to have.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Magnus, I'm not so sure. It looks like something very strange. How did the rook
Absolutely.
end up on c3? And even if the engine says this is better for white,
Oh, forget about the engine.
it's hard to play for a human being. Like we are not used to these patterns at all.
Exactly, exactly. And that's the big problem. That's the big problem. Rook to c3, you're taking away the opening of the bishop. You're also looking at getting hit with d4. Give me one more move. I'm going to go d4, jump with one of the knights to d5. I'm not really sure which one. And then
Hmm.
if I land on e3, again, your king is still very much stuck on b1. So yeah, this one is, at least from a practical perspective, and you can see it on the body language of the players as well. Hikaru looks pretty relaxed right now, right? Hikaru is just like leaning back in his chair, and Magnus is spending a lot of time. Magnus down to his last 3 minutes, Hikaru on five. This one, at least from a practical perspective, right now is looking good for Hikaru.
Hmm. Yes, this has been the longest time Magnus took to think on the move, and he produces a5, which to me just seems like a waiting move.
It is, and perhaps he's looking at getting that rook out via a4. I think this is, he understands. The king will most likely stay on b1. I just simply don't have time to empty the first rank.
Hmm.
I'm going to stay with the king on b1, so I need to find a way out for my rook, and I think he's looking at rook a4. Also, he's trying to probably block the queen from getting out, like queen b6. He's trying to, uh, yeah, put that queen in the corner on a7.
Yeah, I also noticed that queens in freestyle chess can become so much more powerful than usually.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e4, rook b3, bishop takes e1, so no more bishop pair for Magnus. And it feels like it's finally time to get this queen out, right? Maybe queen c5. Now, there's no more dark square bishop. So my king, I believe, will be safe on a7 in the absence of the dark square bishop.
Oh, that's true, but also the pawn on a5 might become a weakness.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. Knight jumping to c6, looking at pawn on a5, definitely can become a weakness. So after queen to e1, queen c5 seems like the most natural move. I don't think Hikaru has played yet. He's uh he's still thinking. This is a big moment right now. And we're seeing Magnus pondering his next move right now on the stream, but Hikaru, what are his options? Queen c5 is one of them. What else? What else? One thing I don't think you want to allow is something like knight to c6 and maybe even rook to b6 in this position,
Hmm.
which would kill that queen on a7. So these are the things that both players are looking at right now.
Yeah, I'm also really tempted to organize some kind of attack on the white king, but the problem is that bishop on f1 is looking at our pawn on a6, so we can never push b6 or b5.
Oh, that's not happening.
Yeah,
That's not happening anytime soon, especially with this pawn on a5.
yeah. Yeah, if
So
anything, white king is pretty safe, surprisingly.
I guess you can castle.
Yeah, you
Why,
can.
why not just castle? Um, and as you can see, the bar just goes wild if you castle. It seems like maybe queen to b4 might be a
Hmm.
problem. That's a hit on both the knight and the pawn.
Yeah, yeah, I think we need to prepare by bringing the knight to c6.
Yes, the problem with knight c6
But
is
then
that
rook
knight
a4, right?
f5 might come. We have a move.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Knight to c6,
Well, if
g5.
knight f5, then oh, wow. Magnus was ready. But
Immediately
it's a
he played.
mistake, apparently.
Yes. Now the
So
other knight
far,
is coming
both
to
moves on g-file by Magnus were mistakes.
bishop h3. Okay, so Magnus is looking at stopping Hikaru from castling. This is his plan. This is what he's looking at. Because right now, if you move the knight, you're not castling. You the bishop on h3. And you cannot castle anyway right now because you lose the knight on d7. So
Yeah.
it's a crafty way of playing, not engine approved, as you can see by the bar. And the question is, why is that? Why is that?
No
What I
idea.
don't like is that Hikaru is falling behind on the clock a little bit. So I would like to see Hikaru play some fast moves right now. Play something like queen c5, get the king on a7.
Yeah, maybe queen c5, g6 is also an option. But if I try too hard to protect that knight and castle, then white is gonna organize something terrible. The thing is now with g5, this is very crafty play. Rook a4,
Queen c5
he
on the
has
board.
a
Good move.
open file potential, like basically open perpendicular file, right? The rook on a4 has all of the squares on the
That's
fourth.
right. That's right. That's right. And he's ready to go for the attack if you try to short castle or long castle.
Yeah, I
I
think
guess
short
it's long
castle is
castle.
out of equation now.
But is it short or is it long?
That's that's like
That's
the longest the longest one I've ever
I
seen.
I think it's long castle. I think I'm gonna call it a long castle. I don't know. Knight h5. Okay, he's eyeing this g7 square. What do we how do we defend? We could just simply go queen f8.
So the queen is castling instead of the king.
I guess so.
Yeah, I think that might be an option.
I guess so.
I don't really want to push g6.
It feels so wrong, right? Because
It
if you go
feels bad
g6,
for the upcoming endgames. Once the queen's off the board, that bishop is going to be munching on all those light squared pawns.
queen f8 was played. Good move. Good move. And right now, Hikaru is starting to have some threats in the position. And this is, let's say, the encouraging aspect of this one. Knight c5, I think it might already be somewhat of a threat. Knight c5, you get out of the hit of the bishop on h3, and then you push d4. You try to get to the king. You're starting to look at opening up the avenues and creating an attack. Now, if you open up the d file, that king is not castling. Let's not forget, white can still castle ultra long on the long side, but that's not happening if the d file is open. So we'll see. Knight c5 is a big threat. Right now, there's some questions Magnus needs to answer. But very well, very crafty played by Hikaru so far. Queen c5, queen f8, a little bit faster, and it would have been perfect. So this is the problem right now. 52 seconds for Hikaru. Don't flag, and 2 minutes 30 for Magnus.
Yeah, although the increment is quite a big one, 10 seconds. I reckon Hikaru is gonna be fine. I don't know if it will be enough to create some very interesting attack, but position-wise, he's fine. I think Magnus ran out of the aces in his sleeve.
That's right, and that's a very good way of pointing what's the problem is right now. He had a few very easy moves. No more easy moves for Magnus. F4, he needs to make some decisions.
He had to prevent any problems arising with the pawn on g5, because I actually was thinking about potentially playing f6 or maybe just g6 and then f6, because that pawn is hard to defend.
Knight c5 right now. Rook to b6, not rook to c3. That would get hit with d4. And again, big problems arise. Rook to b6. By the way, at rook d6, rook b6, knight d7, maybe he would have taken the repetition. Hikaru says no. King a7. I like this move. Improving, finally getting that, committing the king, right? Because there's no more castle right now. That's it. The king
I
stays
feel
on
like
a7.
Hikaru has a draw at any moment he wishes.
With
Like
knight
he can
d7
he can
perhaps, right?
force that repetition.
Taking on e5, okay. Mm, the question is, can you take back on e5? Take back on e5 and swing that knight to c4.
Yeah, what
I
do you do
think
with
he's
that
going for
rook?
it. I think he might want to go something like queen to b4 and say that even after knight c4, you're not really threatening to take on b6 because that would allow my
True.
queen to get in, or maybe even taking with the pawn on b6. But look, knight coming to c4, it's not a pretty sight uh, for Magnus. Queen to b4. Rook to b8, defending the pawn on b7, making space potentially for the king to hide on a8 in the corner. I like it. Do you castle right now? Do you go for... Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, that's the thing. The pawn was hanging.
Don't take it,
We
obviously.
cannot take it.
But
Even if
knight to
it's rook, we
c6,
cannot take it.
you cannot take it. No, no. But knight c6 is a really good move. Knight c6 is a really good move. Now, I'm not
Now
going to
queen
lie.
c3, can he
Queen
play
c3, knight e4. I think
knight
that's a
e4?
problem already. You're not defending the
And
knight on
yeah,
g7
and
anymore.
uh-oh.
So you have to stay connected to the knight, but via a3.
Mm-hmm.
So queen a3, d4. Hikaru is pouncing right now. He's ready for the attack. He's ready to open things up. He's saying this knight, I mean, you're going to have to spend some time to get it back into the game. Once you do that, knight f5, d3 is coming. I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to checkmate you.
And Magnus is playing basically a rook down. So yeah, Hikaru is lower on time, but Magnus is going to catch up with him very soon.
Take on d4. Rook takes d4. Looking at rook to d1. That's a potential problem.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even rook to
Already
a4.
real threats.
Yes, knight to f5. Okay. He's saying, I don't care about your check. I will just simply go to a2.
He does have rook a4 as well, but don't know.
I think you just want to keep the rook on the d file. What you
Yeah,
want
b
to do is
file is
just
better.
stop white from castling.
He can even bring the second rook now because b7 is protected.
Rook to d8. He goes for rook a4. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm I'm kind of happy that my move was played, but
No,
Engine did not like it.
it's okay. Again, the engine,
What about rook d1 now?
uh, rook where?
Oh, sorry, rook d8
Rook
to bring a
d8.
second rook.
Yes. Yes, rook d8 makes a lot of sense.
Or maybe for, well, where is better to keep the king? On a1?
So he
On
doesn't.
a1, okay. And then
He's trying to
queen
go
d8.
queen
All
d1.
right.
Queen g1 might be a problem right now. Queen g1 and looking at this knight and this pin.
But then he can play queen d5 and bring another rook.
Yes.
Magnus King
Yes.
is in big trouble right now
Yes.
because he will have knight coming to b4, queen c4, a4 ideas, rook d8, rook d1.
Okay. Big moment right now. Big moment right now. Queen to d8. Obviously, a very taunting move. Look, I don't care about this king being very unsafe on a7. Queen to g1.
Oh, Christian, your camera is down again.
Ooh, boom. I'm back. Queen d5. Thank you for letting me know. I was getting too entrenched into the analysis. All right, queen d5. How does white deal with all this stress that you were just mentioning? Because if you go king to a8, get off this diagonal and then rook to d8, I feel white's pieces are completely stuck. So
Mm-hmm.
if you don't find something right now, and maybe you have to go for b4, but b4 is such a difficult move to make. He might have to do it, and he does it.
Yeah, and that's why
b4.
probably the engine was so um excited about Magnus's position.
That seems to be it. That seems to
Yeah.
be it. b4. Queen to e5, king to a2. This is still not over because,
No,
I mean, the
not at
king is
all.
so wide open. Like, for example, I can just start giving you checks, like queen to d5. Where do you go? I don't think you go to a3. For example, queen d5, king a3. I have queen f3 move. So let's see. Let's see what Hikaru chooses to go
Can
for
he
right now.
play knight e3 to defend? Not sure. That diagonal is overflown with
Wait,
pieces.
rook to c8. What is this?
Uh-oh.
Rook to c8, queen takes c5. I think he wants to go for knight b4.
Yeah.
Okay, queen to
But if it's
c3.
pawn, he still can take. No, he's bringing the queen.
Okay, okay. The problem is queen takes a5 is not such a big threat because the rook on b6 now has another defender. Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
rook to b3. The engine doesn't like this. That's good news. Queen takes e2. Rook to b2 is going to be met by queen to a4 most likely.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
he
king
missed it.
a3.
He missed it, Maria. I think he wanted to go something like queen to c4
Yeah.
and king to b1, but queen d3, bishop takes h3. Queen takes h3, excuse me, is a
Ah,
problem.
okay. Yeah,
He
he
played.
cannot play rook b2 now, so he has to play king a3. And it's a terrible mistake, apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Because knight c4?
Knight to a5, c6 check, king to b8. You have to keep going with the checks. Queen to
He can mo
g3 and
he
rook to
can
c3.
move the rook, but then knight c4 still,
Knight
maybe?
c4, king b4, I think. I think you're just
Okay.
going out. I think knight c4 might be a mistake.
So what do I do? This is
Queen b1 or queen d1? Queen b1. Okay, queen b1 is a very natural move, but it seems like it's not the best one. Right now, I'm just looking to
yeah,
give
engine is
checks.
screaming for the knight to join the action with knight d4. It's not a very oh, okay, it is a very Magnus move, apparently.
And he plays it, and he plays it, and he plays
Okay,
it.
engine wants to play b5. I actually love this, and I
Ooh,
think Hikaru will play it.
let's go for it. I like it. I like it. B5 is the move right now. Go for it, Hikaru.
It's the
B5,
only move that continues the fight.
try to go for b4. I think what the problem with b5 might be is that you just simply cut the action of that queen with knight b3, block everything.
There are still so many chances to catch that king. Oh,
b6? Whoa,
b6.
that's a strange move.
Well, he doesn't want the pawn on b7 to be taken, so he had to move it, but
So what does he want? Ah, okay, I understand this move. Knight to b3 is going to be met by knight takes b3, rook b3, queen a1, and
okay.
queen a5. But queen d6, he goes for queen d8. This is a big threat right now. Queen d8 is a big threat. How do you defend against it? You give a check, but then I just run. You give another check, then I cover with the knight on b3.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going for that. Queen b2, knight b3 seems to be the idea. Knight b7. If you take
It's
on
pinned.
b7,
It's the rook on c3 is pinned now.
yes, queen
How?
takes c3.
It's only grandmasters can see that.
Yeah, of course. Knight b5.
Takes and rook
That's
a3.
yeah,
Brilliancy by Magnus.
that's a nice way to finish this one, and it is over.
Yeah.
Hikaru resigns. Yeah, that was a tactical melee towards the end that just decided everything. Um, you can
Okay,
see
but we have
after
to give it to Magnus. He found all the best moves after king a3.
absolutely, yeah, no, again, and at this point, Hikaru is better. Hikaru, despite the fact that he's a piece down, his position objectively is better, but he
So
needs
what
to
is the
find
best
some
move?
crazy
To
moves.
bring the rook.
Rook to e8, try to go to e2. Basically,
Mm.
take advantage of the fact that you cannot really defend against both rook to e2 and rook to e4.
Yeah.
These are two ways in which I will bring my last
Mm-hmm.
piece into the attack, and you might be in trouble. Such a difficult move to make. Such a difficult move to make. And he played knight a5, which is the most natural move in the position. And by the way, it's still not bad. Like you're not worse as black. But after queen g3, rook c7, here I think this was the biggest and the most difficult move to find. Queen to
Queen
b1 is so
d1.
natural. You
Uh-huh.
have to go to d1, and you have to understand that you go to d1 because you just cannot allow the knight to come back. Which, if you don't understand in those 5 seconds, which it
Yeah.
takes you to make the move, I mean, you just lost the game. And it's so difficult, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Which means Magnus already saw that the knight can jump to b5
I,
with
I
rook
I
a3.
think at this point it's just instinct.
Yeah.
I think they play on instinct, and probably after queen to b1, he was like, okay, how do I defend the king? How do I bring more pieces, more defenders next to my king? And instinct kicked in, and he played
Mm-hmm.
knight d4, which is the best move in the position. But yeah, difficult start. Difficult start. Nevertheless, still plenty to go. Plenty to go.
Shall we have a look at some other games? I see that Alireza already won against Levon.
I think we should look at
Fabiano is doing really
Fedoseev
well
versus
against Fedoseev.
Fabiano. Mm-hmm,
Yeah,
mm-hmm,
let's go there.
mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, this one seems like an easy win. 2 pawns up for 1 pawn up for Fabi, but a very strong pawn on e4. h4, maybe king f6. Seems to be just a technical win. Get the king on f6, get the rook on d5, try to infiltrate via, and that's why he plays c4. This one seems to be winning, right?
Yeah, it does look like it. Fedoseev also has his rook on f4, really not in a position that where rook should be. It belongs like behind the pawns, checking the king.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Yes.
does look very comfortable for Fabi.
Mm-hmm. The king is going towards e5. Get the king in the center.
Mm-hmm. Attack
Get the rook on
c4.
a8. I actually think this might
I
just be
don't think
over
white
very
even
soon.
has time to defend the pawn on c4. King cannot get there in time.
Maybe just rook d8, rook d3. Seems
Yeah. Or after king e5, rook a8, it threatens with rook a3 check, winning the rook.
that's exactly what he's going for.
Yeah.
That is exactly what he's going for. Rook a3. King goes to the center. Very typical play. Very classical play, let's say. And this one is looking good for Fabiano. And Fedoseev, he made it via, I believe it was one of those freestyle chess qualifiers
Yeah.
on chess.com.
It
So
was epic one. He defeated
absolutely.
Sindarov,
Who is also playing in the
Nepo.
event, by the way.
Yeah, he was late replacement, late moment replacement for Anand, who withdrew.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. H5. Nicely met by king to e5. Now you cannot really take on g6 because I
You
just
have to
simply go
move a
rook
rook
a3.
first.
Yes. And by the way, once you move the rook, I will even give you a check with
Mm-hmm.
f4. I will go f4. Yeah. And he goes for it. King
Yeah,
e2
this
or king
this
d2,
is
rook a2,
completely
rook
over.
a1.
Yeah, he resigns.
And we
Um,
move on to the game between Vincent Keimer and Sindarov. Fabiano takes down Fedoseev with the black pieces. That's a big result for him. And it seems like
it looks like
Sindarov
Keimer just made a big blunder here.
Sindarov is completely winning right now. King
Yeah.
e5, you cannot get the king, you cannot get the knight next to the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he goes to f8. But now just king f5 kills the knight. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
apparently it
over.
was a drawing endgame, but Keimer blundered with
Yes.
f4.
So this one might finish anytime soon. a5, just push the pawn, g3.
Yeah, the knight cannot battle this bishop.
I feel we should leave this one and check what's happening in Nodirbek versus Gukesh. That one was just an easy win. This one is much more complicated. And Gukesh only has that's the current classical world champion that you see on camera right now. Gukesh facing Nodirbek. Exchange down, but plenty of compensation, 2 pawns. And I'm not even sure who's playing for a win, by the way, in this one. I guess it's white. I guess it's Nodirbek that's playing for a
These
win.
two always have such epic battles. Ever
Yes.
since the Chennai Olympiad, it's the game I always look forward to.
They probably don't like each other that much. They're like, I'm trying to one up you.
I actually don't know. I've never seen them exchanging any words outside of the game.
And by the way, I I actually don't know whether they like each other, and I'm not trying to create any fake narratives. So don't, please don't repeat that.
No.
Knight to e8.
But at the board, they don't,
At the
obviously.
board, they definitely don't. No,
No.
I just don't want chat to take it away and be like, "Oh, Nodirbeck and Gukesh hate each other because Christian said so." No, don't.
No,
I
no.
have no idea.
I cannot imagine any person that Gukesh would not like or would be in any straits with. It's
hmm hmm
is such a sweetheart.
By the way, for example, if you try to go something like knight to h4, I have an immediate draw. Sure, rook to h7
Mm,
is easy, but I can also take on h6. Take on h6, go knight here, go knight here, and even if you keep your two knights, this is still just a draw.
yeah.
Two knights against
If
the
black
king is
had
a
one
draw.
pawn, then white can win.
Yes, yes, yes. Sometimes it's possible. Okay, rook to g6 is a very, very crafty way to try to defend. I don't think Nodribek has any chances of winning this one anymore. So I think we should take this moment while this is the last game, this one finishes up, to remind everybody about the format. For the first couple of days, this is stage one. Stage two is going to be classical. Stage one is going to be rapid. We're going to get a round robin, rapid. This is a very fancy move, by the way, by Gukesh, just as I was saying that. Giving up a full piece, but trying to look for that end game that I was just mentioning with two knights against the king, which is an easy draw.
Hmm.
But going back to the format, again, this is stage one, rapid 10 plus 10, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. Everybody plays everybody, and the top eight qualify, move on to the knockout stage, which is going to be classical, and the bottom two players get eliminated. So what you don't want is being the bottom two players.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Last year it was Ding and Keimer, I believe. Keimer finished seventh, and I think Ding finished last.
Was it? Wow. Hmm. Knight to e8, knight f4. Get the knight to. Wait, what do you do? What do you do right now?
Still tricky, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Knight g2. Knight g2, and if you go king g4, knight e3. I think this is what he wants.
Ah, yeah, and then they just take.
Yes. So, no, he goes for something else. Okay. Okay, finally he managed to give both of his pieces for the two pawns. That's such a
They're still
funny,
playing.
such a funny theme, right? You're really trying to give a rook and a knight for two pawns. Like this is your dream.
Maybe Nederbeck didn't study endgames, the, the, the endgame theory that much.
No,
Like
he knows this is a draw. He, he knows this is a draw. But
he just wants to end up with more time on the clock than he started with.
yeah, yeah, and this is such an easy draw because you actually don't need to think. You just move. You just move the king, and there's pretty much no way to get a checkmate. So you just make the 50 moves. It's much easier to make this draw than rook bishop versus rook.
But guys, note how the accuracy is growing if you watch the endgame.
That's probably what they're going for. They're
Yeah,
just trying to increase their accuracy.
they just want to check if Kramnik will start the procedure.
And they agree to a draw. The procedure is coming. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's quite common in end games where you pretty much have every move is good move. Your accuracy will grow.
Yes. Yes. By the way, I really like this colored themes for each individual player. Like Gukesh, he's red. He's the
Yeah, and
red
they have
player.
corresponding color on the table, on the nameplate as well. Exactly same color, so
hmm
it's
hmm
easy for players to find even if they cannot read their name. Like, oh, that's my jacket color. That's my table. I see Gaio, his coach.
Yeah, what do coaches do in chess 960? I I was with Fabiano in Norway when I believe it was the first world championship, at least the first organized
2019, right?
in a new era. Yes, yes, it was 2019, and I I mean, I was mostly there just as a friend. We weren't really looking too much at trying to analyze. We did have some attempts, but they weren't really super successful. Like, okay, you get the position and then you have to look at it for 15 minutes. You're not gonna
So you
get
had a
much out of it.
computer and 15 minutes, right?
We had a computer as well. I don't think they have a computer. I don't think these
No,
players have a computer, but we had a computer back then. We were
they
allowed to
have
look
no
at
computer.
the
I
engine.
don't think they are allowed to consult with the phone or anything. I don't know about the coach because I think the coach can only watch. The players are not communicating with anyone apart from other players. So basically, they can gather in groups by color.
Hmm,
So
hmm,
players
hmm.
who play with white, they can consult together,
Team up. Yeah,
team up. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
that's what they did. Like Fedoseev, Nodirbek, and Keimer, I think, were sitting together.
Hmm, hmm. Well, Maria, I think once they do that and they get ready for round two, I think it's time for us to take our first break. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the new game, round two, which is about to start. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. And we're back. Welcome, everybody, to round two of the first day, stage one of the Grand Slam, starting in Weisenhaus. Freestyle chess, random chess, funny looking chess, however you want to call it. Maria, how are you feeling about round one and how are you feeling about round two? Hikaru is facing Nodirbek. There's absolutely no easy pairings in this tournament.
No easy pairings at all, and yeah, Hikaru unfortunately lost his first game, but he was playing with black pieces. It's just the start of the tournament, but he also played the god himself from last year, the winner of the freestyle chess number one, Magnus Carlsen. Very interesting position. He didn't go down easily.
Oh, no,
Um,
no, that
yeah,
was.
they both were really trying to figure out what's going on. It was really messy starting position.
It truly was decided in those last few seconds, right? The last few moves, the last few seconds, you were seeing, the advantage bouncing from one player to the other
Hmm.
like hot potato. But in the end, it was Magnus that had a little bit more time and was able to find the better moves in that crunch time. But no time to waste, no time to
No.
cry. Hikaru is facing Nodirbek, who drew in the first round, and Hikaru will be having the white pieces as we get the position. This is position number 55. Very interesting looking position with the two knights in the corner, in
Yeah, again.
the queen side corner, I guess you
Hmm.
might call it. The king and the rook somewhat. By the way, can you castle on move one?
Yes, you
I think you
can.
can castle on move
You
one.
can castle short side on move one. It's
Now
so
that's an
strange.
interesting one.
It's so strange. I even published one, like I don't produce that much content on like YouTube or TikTok,
Hmm.
but one video went so viral on TikTok, and it is not even with Magnus or cats or any memes. It's just me pre-moving a checkmate, being
Uh-huh.
so sure that it's a checkmate. Basically, it's the same starting position like here with the king and the rook next to each other. And I think their queen was somewhere else. Like so it's
Uh-huh.
like knight, king, rook. And I pre-move rook f4 check, knight f2,
Uh-huh.
and queen joining the attack,
Uh-huh.
pre-move,
Uh-huh.
checkmate on f2.
Yes,
And
yes, yes, yes.
it was no
You
no
mean
me
queen
nor my
g1, right? Queen
opponent.
g1, rook takes g1, and knight f2.
Yes, but
Yes.
yeah, but like I removed it all and I completely forgot that white can castle and take my queen next move. And my opponent also didn't see it. But I
You're
was
just.
so sure. And they even spent a fair amount of time to think about it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's a different type of chess again. Different type of chess, and it's a fun type of chess, that's for sure. Cool. All right. So Hikaru already, by the way, Hikaru was analyzing with, I believe, Fabiano, Vincent Keimer, and there was somebody else, but I don't remember exactly who it was. I'm pretty sure players that were playing with the white pieces, so maybe Gukesh. Now, d4, d5. and knight to c3. This looks like a much more conventional position, right? For the simple fact that, again, you can just simply castle. Castle, go g3, and have a fianchetto position with the bishop going to g2, or staying on h1 if you want. You can do that, or you can try to castle on the other side. Which one would you go for, Maria?
It really depends on what the opponent does. I actually like the approach when they try to delay the decision for as long as possible and stay flexible.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Obviously, you cannot do it for too long. You have to decide what to do with the pawn structure, where to put the bishops, how to develop your queen, and where do the rooks go. Rooks so often join the battle in freestyle chess way earlier than in classical chess that you almost need to try to involve them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Now, that's a very good point. Yeah.
and at the same time, king does not always have to castle here. Sometimes it's just good where it is.
And
Um,
that's exactly what Hikaru is sort of thinking right now.
yeah.
He's like, okay, Nodirbek just castled. Do I want to castle and go into a more conventional position, or do I want to try to go castle
Mm.
long side? And he decides to castle short. Castle,
He just
castle.
passes the move to opponent. I do like your idea with fianchetto of the bishop.
You probably have to do that, right?
Yeah,
Like, there's no way this bishop is just going to stay dead on h1. At some
but the
point, you
thing
have
is,
to
you
go
don't
check.
have to play bishop g2. You can fianchetto g3, but you don't have to actually finish it up with bishop g2. You have to,
Yep.
you can save one move.
Yep, you can just sit on h1 like that.
Hmm.
Um, the thing is, whenever you do go g3, black also has the option of going bishop h3 and then forcing the exchange of these bishops. So, but there's no alternative. That this is the problem. Like, you're never going to be able to just play with the bishop on h1. I guess you can delay it and do it at the very precise right moment,
Hmm.
but you cannot. And I guess that makes some sense. For example, castle. What you do want to see from black is him playing e6, because then you can go g3 and there's
Hmm.
no more bishop h3. His bishop more or less gets entombed on c8. So I guess these are the variances that the players are looking at right now,
So
and,
that's why
and the
they're both
ideas.
waiting for,
Exactly.
for the opponent
Exactly.
to decide what to do.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. And that's why he doesn't want to go g6. Nodirbek doesn't want to go g6 either. I
Or
think he's just
e6.
going, or e6,
Yeah.
g6, e6. And now, I guess if you cannot play those moves, or if you don't want to play those moves, I guess you can play them. But if you don't want to play them, what do you play? Do you go for e5? Do you just go for like a strike in the center?
Maybe.
He did go for it.
But then you have to take with the queen because you need to defend on d5 as well.
Yes.
Are you afraid of any moves like f4 or is it too brave?
F4, I would think it's too brave, but I mean, look, anything is possible. Why not? Why not F4? Even though he's sort of committed to the king being on G1. So
Mm.
F4 does weaken long term
But then you
your
just
king's
develop the
position.
bishop and the queen and you can no, sorry, they already castled. That doesn't work this way. You cannot castle twice.
Yeah,
Not even freestyle chess.
you cannot go back. That's it.
I was so used to the previous game where the kings never castled.
That's it. That's it. You've committed.
You've
You've
committed,
committed.
yeah.
Yes, yes. So F4
Maybe
is a
they
bit,
shouldn't have committed.
and that's why I think both of them spent, maybe Nordic not so
Mm,
much, but Hikaru spent almost a minute on that castle decision.
mm.
So he didn't take that lightly. Okay,
No,
knight to b3. He decides against taking on e5. Okay, take on d4. What do we do now? Do we take with the rook or with the knight? With the rook.
the
They're
rook.
they're following
Somewhere Levi is probably crying the rook.
his crying happy tears. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes. He gets to say his trademark rook. Knight to b6. But you were mentioning this at the beginning of the round. It's very important, especially in freestyle chess, to get your rooks out fast. Get your rooks involved. That's exactly what they're doing.
Hmm.
It's an interesting observation. Okay, knight to b6, defending this pawn on d5. What do we do now? Do we try to triple up on the d file, go something like bishop f4, queen d2, rook d1?
Alikain's gone against d5. Maybe a
Mm-hmm.
bit too much to send everything against that poor pawn.
Full send against the pawn on d5. The problem is you get hit with knight c6. So
Yeah.
you probably don't want to leave the
If
rook
knight c6
on
does
d4.
happen, do you think he will play rook h4?
That's a
Or
tough
is it
decision.
too much?
That is generally a tough decision because I'm not really sure what
You
other
cannot
piece you're going to
immediately
use.
join the attack with any piece right now.
Exactly, exactly. Outside of the rook, what other
Yeah.
piece are
Oh,
can
you
you
see
attack with?
why also they might delay g3, g6 move. It also blocks the queen. Like at the moment, he might be able to play f3, queen h4.
Mm.
I know it looks a bit ugly and maybe superficial, but
It's an idea. It's an
might.
idea. I generally do not want to play
Yeah,
f3 just because of my bishop pawn h1. I
yeah.
feel so bad about bishop pawn h1.
Poor bishop.
Um, poor bishop. But it's an idea. I with a rook on d4, g6 becomes a real possibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
And kind of something that you're definitely interested in doing. So yeah, not so easy. Not so
But
easy
if
moment.
g6, he still can play bishop h6.
Bishop g5. Okay.
Wow.
He's really trying to provoke f6. He wants Nordirbeck to play
It's
f6.
actually a good move, because if the rook plays to g7, it blocks the bishop.
Yes.
If it plays to g6, it can be attacked again.
By bishop f4 and you gain a tempo, right?
Yeah,
So by the method of elimination, it feels like maybe f6 actually has to be played.
yeah, looks like.
But
At
again,
least then black gets a tempo.
right. And after bishop f4, what do you do? I'm starting to see these type of ideas. For example, let's say you go knight c6, I go
Mm-hmm.
rook d1. I'm sort of curious. They probably don't work. And
Knight
actually,
b5 is probably fine. You don't have the means to defend it. Now the bishop on h8 cannot join.
I can go maybe knight b5. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
knight
I was
b5
just
and
about to say I will go e3 and then I'm going to go bishop c4 check.
yeah.
But there's no bishop on f1.
Oops.
There's the rook on f1. So it doesn't really help. I was trying to find some tactics.
No, in this variant, it's so easy to forget that your pieces are not on normal positions. Like in one game, I played c5, and I was so sure it's fine, and my opponent also was fine. For two moves, my rook on b8 was hanging,
Yes,
and none of us saw it. Just because
easy.
it's just I never moved it, so why would it be hanging?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's crazy. It's so weird, especially when you're playing these games, right? And you're like,
Mhm.
okay, any move that I make might be changing the outcome of the game. When you get that pressure, you start understanding it's so difficult to recognize the new patterns, and they always change. Every single game that we're getting a new position, so they cannot get used to the
Mhm.
patterns. They don't have the time. Yeah, they don't have the capabilities. Bishop g5. I like this move. I do like this move.
Yeah, I think f6 is forced.
It's might be forced, but Nodirbek really does not want to play it, and you can see it on through his body language. He's been thinking for the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a lot. That's a
So
long
do
take.
you think he didn't even consider this move?
I think he did not see bishop g5. And again, I can tell you instinctively, you really don't want to play f6.
Mm-hmm.
You really don't want to play f6. And not only for the simple fact that it kills your bishop, but also it opens up this diagonal.
Yeah.
And the king on g8, it feels a little bit airy. He did play f6 in the end after a very long
Sometimes
think.
it's better to play that move, but at least play it fast. So now he is also lower on time.
It was a big decision. It was the right
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
but he needed to make sure that. And by the way, after bishop f4, you're also, needing to find a way to defend that pawn on c7.
And
So
you
another
cannot push
thing
it
to do.
because the knight is not defended on b8.
Exactly. That's a very good point. You can easily forget about the knight just, being on b8.
Yeah, I think Hikaru has a nice position. Like it's slightly awkward with the whole development of black. Rook on f7.
Rook d1, getting that rook off the attack of the knight
Mhm.
coming to c6. And passing the move. I think it's quite important, and I think Hikaru and most of the players will soon realize that you need to be very practical in this time control. You cannot afford just spending too much time and getting too low on time, because you see most of the games will be decided in those last 30 seconds, minute
Mhm.
30 seconds. If you're neck and neck with your opponent on the clock, then that's fine. If you're ahead on the clock by 1 or 2 minutes, then you have a huge advantage. So I
Yeah.
think both of these players know that, and
So
they
in
will
a
try
way,
to
we
get
are
that advantage.
getting rapid game, but because the openings have to be figured out on the board, it's almost like we get a blitz game.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. G5. Look at this move. Well, the king on G8 is going to be um, airy for the rest of the game.
Did
What
Nutterbeck forget that he castled?
I don't think so. I think he's just Nodirbek. He likes this type of positions. He's not afraid. I mean, Nodirbek is one of those guys that you really cannot face him out of making whatever move he wants to make. He never gets afraid. If he likes a move, he's going to play it. If he feels like he's safe, it doesn't matter if he goes G5 and
So
his
he
king
was
is
like, well,
looking
mate, you
suspicious.
provoked me to play f6, then get g5.
Yeah, why
Let's
not?
go.
Why not? And the bishop will come to G7. The king still feels somewhat safe on G8. Somewhat safe
For now.
for the moment.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
if you want to destroy that pawn structure, you have to push your own pawns as well.
With H4, maybe F4.
Hmm.
So how do we do it? How do we do it right now? Do we go G3? Do we eliminate this knight on B6? I sort of want to play bishop takes B6.
Hmm.
I really
Why do
don't
you
like
think,
this.
why do you want to take there?
I generally don't like seeing this knight coming to
Hmm.
c4. And I also feel a bit awkward
Yeah.
with this pawn being blocked like this on e2.
Pawn blocks plus d4 fork is always kind of there as an idea.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that bishop is a little bit out of play,
Yes, yes. That's why
out of place. Yeah.
I'm seeing both of the bishops being out of place for the
Hmm.
moment. So I might as well get rid of one of them with bishop takes b6. Bishop takes b6, take on b6, and then go something like g3. Try to go for e4. Try to get more of a natural position, a position that I'm used to. And this is kind of the instinct you get, but it might just be completely wrong. Like take G3, F5, the dark square bishop opens up. You don't get E4, you don't get that in time, and then you just suffer. So yeah, difficult moment. It's about choosing a plan right now
Hmm.
for Hikaru. This is
Yeah,
what he's spending his time on.
I wonder if some players in this tournament thrive towards normalizing sort of the position and going for like normal chess, and some of them are actually enjoying this uh, chaos of pieces,
Randomness, yeah.
and
The
they just
chaos,
immediately
yes.
feel like they are in their natural element. I feel like Fedoseev is one of the players who uh, really thrives on quickly adjusting to new motifs.
Yes. And that's why he won the
Magnus,
freestyle. Yeah, that's
yeah,
why he won the
yeah.
freestyle
And
qualifier.
he does it very quickly. He quickly sees, okay, this is a weakness. It might work in the future. Like somehow he adapts his brain to
Mm-hmm,
that.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. No,
Uh,
that makes perfect sense. And I mean, Fedoseev is just, first of all, he's really good at chess in general. He's really good. But these are the type of positions that he loves to play, even in normal chess. He generally strives for chaos, and he's trying to get this type of situations. Bishop h3, bishop g2. Okay, okay. So we're getting some moves, Maria. G3 was his decision. Bishop h3 immediately played, and the exchange of the light square bishop. Knight d7. Okay, okay. Now maybe I can bishop c1. He really wants to play e4. If white can get the move e4 in, I think white is completely out of danger. That's why if I would be, oh, but you don't have f5. Wait a minute. The idea being
mhm.
that you don't have f5, bishop takes g5 would just win a
That's
pawn.
why he decided to save the bishop.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, they say don't move your piece more than like twice in the opening. Here it's an exception in a way because the bishop did make some damage to the king's structure with bishop g5, f4, then e3. But if you do play e3, then play it back to c1 seems a bit like too much.
Yes, yes. But again, you had to play for this move e4. You need to break this pawn
Yeah.
structure. And by the way, rook e7, knight d4. How exactly do you get f5 in? And if you don't get f5, then your light squares, in the absence of the light square bishop, are completely busted. So
And the
I'm
bishop
starting.
is busted on h8 as well.
Imagine me planting a knight on f5. Go
Oh,
knight
that
knight
would
to
be
d4, knight f5.
amazing.
Kill the bishop on h8. Get my knight closer to your king. I mean, this one is looking like a dream. So get there, Hikaru, and that's exactly what he does. Knight d4. Oh, this is starting to look really good. This is starting to look really, really good for Hikaru. And I think he knows it. I think he knows it.
Yeah, knight f5 also comes with a tempo.
This must have been missed. For example, I think what he was getting ready for is queen to g6, but queen
Mhm.
g6, g4 is a big one.
And he plays it quickly.
Uh, Yeah, yeah, he's feeling the position right now. h5,
Oh,
knight. You can
well,
start
knight
with knight
f5
f5.
definitely can be played.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I feel Norilbeck slowly understands that he's worse and he's starting to go into his gambler's mode. He is a gambler. He loves to gamble. And he loves to play practically. He wants to be up on time all the time. He plays fast. The problem is after knight f5, rook e5, can I just simply go f4? Is I think this might just be problematic for black. We have a move, rook h7
Hmm.
and
Well, simply
h3.
h3 seems fine.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
No,
this one
no.
is looking good. Bishop on h8, completely dead. And
Yeah,
guess
there
what? You
is
don't
no
want to do
chance.
this.
No chance. Well, knight a7 is a threat,
That's right.
immediately.
You definitely don't want to play bishop g7.
Imagine such a gift.
I can look. I would. Yeah. Who
I would
knows?
wonder it
Who
like
knows?
definitely. And
Rook
if
e8.
black decides to swap pieces on g4, then Hikaru will be happy to bring the rook on h1.
Yeah. Bishop g7, but after rook to e8, so that there's no knight e7.
Mm-hmm.
And now e4. I like the construction that Hikaru has achieved with his pawns. It's a very stable construction. Not only that, but the queen can go out. Let's go out with the queen. Queen g3.
Also, bishop is gonna thrive in this position with all the dark squares being empty.
Exactly. Yes. At least, look, the good news for Nodirbek is that his bishop is no longer completely dead. It's half dead for the moment on f8, but this knight on f5, this is the piece of the position right now.
So will Niederberg try to change the knights somehow? Maybe knight c8, knight d6?
Yeah, knight c8, knight d6, or knight c8, knight d7. That's an option. The problem
Then
is,
Hikaru can bring the second knight as well.
that's right. Knight a3. Whoa. Okay, That's a timid move,
Yeah, that's very deep.
but I like it. I mean, there's no more bishop b4. He's playing against the bishop. This is what Hikaru is trying to do right now. He's playing against the bishop. He doesn't want to allow bishop b4. Again, what I don't like is just the time situation right now. If that can get improved in the next few moves, if Hikaru can blitz out a couple of moves, put some pressure on Nodirbek, that's what I want to see right now from Hikaru.
Well, I'm sure he's gonna play faster now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And queen to g3 followed by rook to e1 might be an idea. I'm
Mm-hmm.
starting to like this. I'm starting to like this. Knight c5, okay. Knight c5 trying to look at the e4 pawn. Do we go for it? Do we just sacrifice with queen g3?
Not sure if I like that. I'd
Hmm.
probably keep the queen on e-file. I know it's a little kind of weird to keep the queen against the rook, but at the same time, it's also the rook on e8 is also not protected by, well, it's protected by the queen, but we can bring a second rook.
Whoa.
What is happening?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Maria, we're getting some vicious moves coming in. B4, attacking the knight,
Oh
and
my God.
Nodribek says, no, I'm just going to take on e4. You cannot take on c5. I take on f3 and you lose the queen. So,
Okay, I take my words back about the queen being against the rook. We should have moved it.
look, with me, no problem. You can take any words back.
Bro, another
Uh,
back is out of control.
I like knight takes c4, by the way, at this point. Whoa, why is knight takes c4 a bad move? I don't think it's a bad move. I would play knight takes
No,
c4
it's
in
well,
an instant. Hikaru needs to make a move. He's down to his last minute,
apparently
50 seconds
f4
right
is
now.
best move, but like,
F4 is a crazy move. It's so difficult for me to understand the move F4. I get it. You're giving up a
well,
pawn. The knight has to move, and then you take on e4 and maybe take on g5 and try to open things up. But it's
open things up and also activate the bishop.
such a difficult decision because your king is weak as well.
But you kind of use the e4 pawn as an umbrella?
Yeah, he took
Never mind.
with the knight. I mean,
This is much more natural.
it's such a natural move, right? And at least you gain some time. Let's not forget they're gaining 10 seconds every move they make. So that's one. Knight e4, f takes e4, take on g4. That's 30 seconds right there. So it's easy to see why he wanted to play this. Knight on f5 survives, and the knight on f5 is still extremely powerful. But the king is... Now I'm starting to feel like the white king is a bit more endangered than the black king. Queen
I am
f7, queen
not
to
sure
e2.
about that. We can always play rook h1 as well. I think the king is
That's what he's
fine.
going for. That is exactly what he's going for. Queen to c4.
And now after the trade, maybe black's pawn structure is slightly more favorable. But the knight on f5 is gorgeous.
It's still a beautiful knight.
But then he
Absolutely.
probably wants to play knight d6 later to trade.
Rook fe1. He's saying we're going to trade, but we're going to trade on my terms.
Yeah, then the black knight has to spend one more move to get closer to the center.
Mm-hmm. Knight to c4, or maybe knight d5. It's an idea as well. Knight d5 you
Oh, yeah,
cannot take.
okay, let's go fancy.
Why not? But he's like, no, 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 no fancy. Easy, easy play is probably the best. Knight to c4, trying to go towards the center. Knight e5. It seems very balanced, this position right now. Very balanced. What
Yeah,
do we do with this rook, Maria, is the
Dornedorbeck
question.
does have way more time. Hikaru is struggling to find a move.
That is the one thing that I'm simply concerned. It's the time, 37 seconds against 4 minutes. C3.
So he's planning to put the bishop on d4.
I'm
That
not
that
sure.
bishop made so many moves.
Bishop g5, bishop e3, bishop c1. At least it has a job right now. It defends the pawn on a3. It stops the knight from going to e3 at any point. But the question is, how do you make any progress? And the same question goes for Nodirbek. How do you make any progress for black also?
No,
So
yeah, I can see this ending peacefully, but
peacefully. Hmm.
with Notherbeck, you never know.
Yeah, he doesn't like draws. A5 take on A5. That's a big decision. That is a big decision taking on A5 like that. My guess is that if he goes, and this goes back to your idea, if he goes knight takes A5, I think finally it's time to get the bishop out. Bishop E3, bishop D4.
But then the bishop is the f8 bishop is attacking h3 as well.
That's okay. I think it's just I think he just wants to sacrifice
Oh,
and
okay.
just go for bishop D4 and say you're going to have some problems defending this pawn on F6 also.
Mm.
We have a move, rook A7 and A4. The idea is to destabilize the knight on C4. If you take on A4, rook D4. I like this. I like this. This is a nice find. This is a nice find for Hikaru because the pawn on A3 was the big problem in the position. That's no longer a problem.
Yeah. Meanwhile, congrats to your boy.
Bobby,
Bobby
he beat
just won.
Magnus.
Yeah.
He's in good shape. He's in good shape. And I think he won the Rapid last year as well, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and if
They
he didn't, he
were
did really well in the Rapid.
they did, and I think well the final was between them.
Yes, yes. But
I think
but
you're
the
right.
Rapid, I
Yeah, I
think
think you're
he
right.
did quite
Magnus
well.
was second.
Rook takes c4. That was a pawn sacrifice, but okay, I guess you have to go rook d8. You need to pin that bishop and pin it fast. There's no other
To
alternatives.
win.
King f3. Whoa.
Also attacking the rook.
Okay. Attacking the rook, if you go back, bishop
But he
d4. This is
can
what he
take on
wants.
e3, right?
Yeah. I don't think you're going to win that, though. So bishop, knight
No.
takes e3, rook takes e3. We exchange everything, and the knight on f5 should be enough compensation.
Mm-hmm.
Should be enough compensation.
No, Nadirbek is probably gonna keep the knight on c4.
Yes. The problem is I'm forcing my way with the bishop on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And then
once I,
the rook, yeah, the rook has to leave from e4. Maybe he has to take on e3.
I think he might have to. I think he might have to. Okay.
Then
At
at
least
least he has rook f4 check.
I think this is probably the best way forward for black as well. But again, the knight on f5 is such a tremendous piece. And guess what? You don't really want to allow me too many moves. I go
Mm-hmm.
rook d8, rook e8. You resign, right?
Yeah.
With his knight on f5. So it is a big decision for Nodirbek. The position right now for me, it looks like the worst might be behind Hikaru. I think he's I don't want to say fully safe, but I feel like with that knight on f5, he's going to have a good time. Knight takes c3. He's trying to go with the knight on d5. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, he's also defending g4
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because there was an idea with rook a4 joining
And
the
what if I do this right now?
attack.
Rook a4.
Right now, well, at least we're not threatening with g4, taking on g4 yet.
So maybe you can go something like rook b2. Okay, we have some moves. Rook to a4 was played, and rook to d5, targeting the pawn on f4. Rook to on b5, excuse me. Rook f4. King g2. Problem might be that you get pinned with rook to e4, and then I'm threatening to take on g4. Okay, for a second I had a heart attack. It looked like Nodribek might have played rook b4, but he didn't. Rook e4, rook takes b5. So the idea is that if, and he played bishop a3.
Bishop a3 with idea bishop c1.
Yes, this is a problem. Actually, this
That's
is a big problem. This might be the
mhm.
move that Hikaru missed.
Well, he can stop it like rook b1
But
or
then I go bishop c5.
uh-huh. So you have to play rook e1.
Yeah, yeah, but still bishop c1 might be a problem.
Then we just
Even though
take.
bishop c1 take, and by the way, it was played take, and then rook b4. Okay, this might be
That's
okay.
fine. Yeah, that's
This might be
fine.
okay. Okay, this is a big moment. It might be a big miss for Nodirbek, which is very good. Because just the simple king f7 might have been extremely difficult to parry. Yeah, no, I think Hikaru is safe right now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say Hikaru is safe right now.
Yeah, Nodirbek might just give a couple of checks, um, and then just trade rooks, and it's gonna end in a draw.
Yes.
Will be the least bloody game comparing to the others in this round, seems like. Some really craziness
It's
happening there.
it's still not over with these rooks, right? You still have to be a little bit careful. Like for example, c4, I think rook f4 might be problematic already. Like just go c4, rook f4, and then you have to worry about the pawn on g4.
Yeah, but black also needs to be careful with rook b7, rook a1 ideas.
And I think this is what you have to go for. Just go rook b7 and rook a1, and that's what he's going for. He's trying to get his checkmate threats as well. Very well played.
Yeah, if you are not careful, well, you can always play rook e8, but you have to have your other rook protected.
Yeah, very well played. I think Hikaru knows it. You see him.
Yeah,
He,
he
he
almost
sort
has
of
to
relaxed right now.
play rook f4 and then the other rook to e8.
Yeah.
And then he can just force draw by rook a7 and perpetual.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No. And if you take the pawn on c3, this is just an easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
2 versus 1. You're not going to win that. Yeah. No. This is a good save. This is a good save because it did become a bit dicey towards the end, especially after that bishop a3, which I think was a move that Hikaru missed. But bishop to c1, after that, he handled the pressure well.
Mm-hmm. But of course, exactly, Seed Shark, no drawback. I'm sure they will play another like 20 moves.
I mean, that's not it back for you. He
Yeah.
he just doesn't like draws. I mean, look, he's a fighter. He's a big fighter. So rook e2,
Check,
king
check.
g3. Let's see if we're going to see.
Is he gonna take on rook b2?
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is already up on time right now. Yeah, rook e3.
Nah, it's just.
I think we're going to see a repetition.
Mm-hmm.
Do you even take the chance of taking on b4 and try to go for the extra pawn? He says no. Yeah. Yeah.
And
I mean, Hikaru knows it. You can see
or
it.
maybe they
One.
will just. Oh, now Nedirbek is giving check another way.
Yeah, he's one of those, and I think Magnus very often
Okay, he
referred
takes.
to him as one of the toughest competitors, right? He always tries to find that edge, even psychological edge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we're
Yeah,
gonna.
he does have an extra pawn. Obviously, it's completely dead draw. They both
It's a
know
dead
it,
draw. Yes,
but
yes.
it's from stronger, well, like stronger side. So
Stronger side. Yes. This is what all these top competitors they want. They want to flex.
mm-hmm.
That's I guess that's how you would put it. They just want to flex. Okay, we made a draw, but I was slightly better at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I will. You will
Next
be
time I
afraid of
win.
me next time. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. King
you create a
e6.
fear in the eyes of your other opponents. They will look at the
Yes.
final position like, oh, he won. He's good. He must be good. I don't know who is this Noderberg guy, but he seems good.
Yes. Yes. King e3. I like this move. By the way, I think after rook d5, you can even take on d5, and that's a draw, um, because you take the opposition. Rook a6, and now you just take king f3. King f3 is fine. Rook b4, fine as well. Everything works right now. Rook a5. You can go king f3 and then start giving checks. I guess you can even allow rook a3. Even
Hmm.
this might be just a simple draw.
Yeah, the king is never going to pass that line. But whenever the king goes too far, rook b6 attacks upon.
Yeah, yeah. And I can just give you checks. For example, if you go rook a3 and you try to go king e5, I think I can just give you a check and then check again.
Hmm.
And you're not passing. You're not going further. Okay, we have a few moves. King e5 and rook a3. King f2. Just don't allow. One thing that you probably don't want to allow is rook e3, and then you have rook e4
Hmm.
ideas. You don't want to see any of that. Like,
Although
don't.
you still can give.
He went
No,
king
it
e2.
does become a bit complicated. Check, then rook b6.
I think we're gonna be here for a while, Maria. Nodribek is going to play this for 100 moves.
Yeah, but fair enough. All of them would probably play it for 100.
He's young. He's restless. He wants to yeah, he wants to play long games. He feels like he has the energy. So.
Yeah. Well,
Myself, I would just like push the pieces. Okay, let's make a draw.
yeah, but
And
didn't Gukesh win the final World Championship game by continuing to play a seemingly drawing position?
oh my goodness, yeah, yeah. Don't remind me of that. What
I
a game!
mean,
What a
imagine
blunder!
it haunts this King E5 haunts us to this day. What
Yes,
about Ding?
it definitely haunts Dick. I can tell you that much. He's going to be dreaming about that moment and about that move for the rest of his life, most likely.
Yeah. Chat is appreciating the size of your coffee cup.
Um, I have a big coffee mug.
Well, we did start at 6 a.m. for Christian.
I
It's a
had to
lot of
wake up at
coffee needed.
5. I had to wake up at 5, get ready for the broadcast, and I need a lot of coffee. So yeah, that's the idea behind it. I only use it for these broadcasts, by the way. It's the Hikaru broadcast coffee mug,
Wow,
like the European tour coffee mug. Rook
nice.
a6, rook c6. I think you can even take on c6, but obviously I would never do that.
Yeah, that is a dangerous and unnecessary decision.
It kind of is, yes. Yeah, you can do it, but yeah, don't do it. Rook a5. Just keep giving checks. Hikaru is looking at us. He's like, chat, do you see this? What is he doing, chat?
Why am I here? What's the meaning of life?
Like, chat, come on. Tell him to give up. King d4, rook f5, okay.
Come on, Nodirberg. Nodirberg, time for a break.
I can tell you the other players are probably happy about this. They're like, okay, we're just going to be resting for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And
Nodirberg just carries everybody for longer breaks.
he does, doesn't he? He was the last game also,
Yeah.
with that two knights versus king position. And he's doing exactly the same right now,
Not a single draw in this game, in this round.
except this one. Except
Hopefully.
this one. Except this one. So Sindarov, he's proving that his wild card was definitely well earned. He's on 2 out of 2 right now. He defeated Levon.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh lost against Alireza with the white pieces. Okay. Vincent Keimer bounces back against Fedoseev. And a big victory for Fabi against Magnus.
So for the safe is on 0 out of 2.
Yes, Fedoseev struggling for the moment. Levon is on 0 out of 2 as well.
Yeah, Levon also lost to Alireza first round.
So
So
those two
Alireza
players
on
right now.
2, no, Java here on 2.
Fabi, Alireza, and Sindarov on two.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Those are only two players, and I think everybody else is in fact on will be on 50%. We're going to have a
Hmm.
couple of players on 50%. Most likely Nordirbeck and Magnus and Vincent, and it's going to be Gukesh and Hikaru on half a point, and then Levon and Fedosev on 0 points.
Hikaru can do it all day.
Yeah.
He's looking at us, chat.
they're all, I mean, he is actually looking at us, and he's probably thinking, okay, finally, Nordirbeck decides enough is enough.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Should we just catch up with what all the other games? We don't have any other games left
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
So
everything finished.
everything is done. Just to recap right now, and to recap the format for everybody that's new to the channel or just got up, we have the first couple of days, today and tomorrow. This is going to be stage one, which is going to be rapid, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. Top eight qualified to the next stage, stage two, which is going to be classical,
Hmm.
knockout format, and the bottom two players. You don't want to be those two bottom players because it means you go home.
Hmm.
So this is the situation right now. Maria, I think after round two, this was a long one. We can take a break
Yeah.
and be back in just a few minutes with the next round.
Yeah,
See you guys
let's
soon.
do that.
Here we go, guys. Welcome back to round three of day one here at the Grand Slam Weisenhaus Freestyle Chess. And I have to say, we've had a lot of very, very exciting games, very exciting positions. And right now, it seems eerily similar to position that we had in round one. It was 903. Right now, we have position 906.
No, the
Um,
opposite. It was 906 and now 903. But yeah.
There, there. You
Yeah,
see, you're paying more attention than I do.
I like
Maria,
numbers.
you're paying attention more than I do. But as we can see right now, Magnus did not look great, did not look very happy during the break. I was watching the official broadcast and he was looking pissed. He just lost against Fabi. He does not like to lose games against anybody. And right now, he's analyzing
No, not at
this
all.
position, trying to understand what's happening. We can see the two Americans, um, Hikaru, and the profile of Fabi.
And Hikaru is saying, yeah, let's push the pawns, push the juicers. Go
Push juice.
forward, go forward. And Fabi is like, no, maybe.
Fabi's like, what the heck are you talking about? What are juicers? Can you explain to me the concept of a juicer, Hikaru? That's probably what they're talking about. That's my guess. I mean, chat, you can guess whatever you want about their discussion. But yeah, exciting
Interesting
as
that they don't show us the position, but only the faces.
we have the position right now.
No, I mean when they analyze, why do they
Oh,
do
right.
such a close-up on their faces?
Yeah, yeah,
It's almost like taken out of the context, it can be anything.
yeah. Push the P.
Meanwhile, Levon is making rook moves. The first piece he develops is a rook.
I think he's trying to go something like A4 followed by rook A3. Levon is just being his usual creative self.
And Magnus is
Um,
like, nah, come
but
on,
I'm
take it
probably
back.
not gonna go
Take it
for that.
back.
Yeah, yeah. I'm probably not gonna go for that. I would go for a D4. I think D4 makes the most sense. Big game, by the way, between Alireza and Hikaru, Battle of Generations, two experts in speed chess, short time controls, and we're adding another layer to that. Speed chess, but chess 9LX, chess 960 freestyle chess. So random chess. How do you think this one is going to play out, Maria?
Gonna be definitely exciting. I see
Mhm.
Alireza is analyzing on his own.
Alireza doesn't analyze. Again, this is what he does. He does not believe in analysis. I've seen it in the first couple of years in St. Louis as well. He just doesn't believe in analysis. He believes in instinct when it comes to chess 960. Again, his understanding is that look, we've seen chess for thousands of years, and we still don't know exactly what the best moves and the best paths are. We're not going to understand anything in 10 minutes of analysis. So I might as well just try to figure things out on my own.
So he is freestyling.
Good one. Yeah. He's definitely freestyling freestyle chess. That's
He's ready to freestyle. Well, I guess he's deciding on the first move at least.
yes. 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 Okay. Once
Well,
again.
what do you usually start with when you prepare to play, when you get a position in 960? What do you start with, Christian?
No, I think the instinct is to just open diagonals for my bishop.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, d5 or d4. And
Mm-hmm.
then, as you were mentioning, it also feels very natural to get the rooks very early on in play. And especially in this case, when the rook is already on the central file, you
Mm-hmm.
might be thinking about, starting with e4 as white. That opens up the
E4,
queen's
E4,
diagonal.
D4, right?
Yes, e4, d4, these are the two moves. And most likely, if you do play d4 as white, I'm going to answer with d5. If you play e4 as white, I'm going to answer with e5.
Mm-hmm.
I do not want to see both of these pawns land in the center. I do not want to allow you to get full control of the center. So I do think that this will be the two matching moves that we're going to see in the next few minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm also looking at any potentially hanging pieces or pawns. The only undefended pawn at the start is f2. Mm, doesn't really seem to be such a target. You probably can attack it with a knight, but I don't think it's uh very interesting there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. People are bashing my shirt. They're saying that they look like grandma's rug. Well, you know what? I'm freestyling my wardrobe today as well. So
You know
take
what?
that. Take that, chat.
During next break, I'm gonna change my shirt.
You no, no, don't change your shirt.
We actually have sort of matching colors.
We do. We do. We do. We do. Somebody has to change. Somebody has to change. Oh my goodness. All right. What do we expect? What do you think Alireza is going to do? Jack it off, by the way.
D4
D4.
or
Mm-hmm.
E4. D4.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. D4,
Can Hikaru
D4.
play E5?
I think he's gonna go for D4. I feel this is Alireza's style, D4.
D4, but then Hikaru can play D5, but he also can play E5. Or is it too risky?
D4. There we go.
Probably
D4,
D5.
D5. No, again, it just feels so
Queen's
natural to
Gambit?
match Queen's Gambit, something like that. Yes, yes. D4, D5, Knight F3. Again, it's that bishop, but in this case, there's not going to be any king castling on that side. At least I don't think so. Bishop F5, already looking, and already a mistake apparently. It's crazy, right? Like Bishop F5. Why is this a mistake, Maria? I really don't understand. Why is
No
such an
idea.
early move such a challenged move
No,
by the engine?
it's just it says Hikaru's accuracy 67. Get out. Come on. What is this?
We're pleasing the controller, you know. There's no
This
procedure
is some
on
kind
this
of a
one.
reverse London.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bishop F5, Knight E5. Okay, okay. Trying to provoke F6. Obviously, F6. F6 is such a funny move. If you go F6, Knight F7, right? And it looks like you might be just basically blundering something
Yeah,
big, but it's not
yeah.
that bad. Like, I
That's
don't
what
think
I
this knight is getting out. Like, you could be thinking about this type of sacrifices, right?
Yeah, but it's probably too risky to do it.
Yeah, and Hikaru says, no, 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 I'm not doing any of that. Bishop E6, defending the
Easy
pawn
to
on.
blunder this though. Yeah, I said there's no way players will go for this because it's too obvious, but Alireza actually was like, yeah, well, let's just check if opponent notices.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bishop e6 and g3. Opening up the bishop, very natural. Do we go f6? Kick that knight away. The problem, if you do go f6 and do kick that knight away, I feel like I'm kicking it to a better square.
Mm-hmm.
Just f6, knight d3, knight f4, maybe
Yeah,
even
that
knight
knight is gonna
c5.
roam around.
I don't like this knight. And that's why Hikaru is like, you know what? I'm not kicking your knight away. Keep the knight in the center. g6, e4. Okay.
Alireza is not using any time, damn.
Yeah. 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 He's I have to say he's for the moment doing this very well in terms of practical play. And again, we've seen how important is to be up on time in those last
Mhm.
crucial moments. e4. He got what he
Yeah.
wanted out of the opening. He got this central
Mm-hmm.
expansion. And even though, right now after taking on e4 and the knight comes on f6 with a tempo on whatever is going to be on e4, either the bishop or the rook, and then I'm planting a knight on d5 or maybe even the bishop on d5. So I'm not too concerned right now. After e4, I would just simply take on e4 and put the knight on f6, and I would do it fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not planning to take that knight. Although knight looks really nice, but in the future we can always kick it out or trade it off with one of our knights. The thing is, the knight on f6 looks good, but the knight on f8, we need to find a square for it.
And that's why I
Oh,
would have went knight f6, bishop d5, and then knight e6. That was
okay.
my plan.
I
But
was completely wrong.
he decides to take on e5. Whoa. Okay, big exchanges. Oh, you know what? Maria, he could have castled. He could have castled and just challenged the rook on the d file immediately. I think he
That's
didn't
funny.
realize that he can castle.
That's funny.
That's why he played, I think, 97. Huh. That's quite interesting. You can still castle, and I think he will castle right now.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think you're right. He would have castled. Also, Alireza maybe didn't realize he could have brought the other rook there in one move by castling, but first he needed to develop the bishop.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Now he
Now,
cannot castle. Now how did will Alireza bring that rook?
that's a very good question. But also, how do you defend this pawn on e5? Because I don't think you want to take.
No.
If you take, then finally my knight is getting out. Also, I have ideas of just simply taking with the pawn
Mm-hmm.
and then all sorts of discovery attacks against the
Yeah.
bishop on e4. So now you're starting to feel a little bit of pressure as white. I think what you want to do, and this is not an easy thing to understand, is you probably have to sacrifice the pawn. Just leave the
Mm-hmm.
pawn on e5.
Yeah. By the way, do you all are you always sure about the rules in 960 regarding castling?
I'm not sure about the rules in classical chess
Because I'm
about the
always
castling.
like, I think it's so much easier to play online because you can just try.
Exactly. Yes.
You move the king over the rook and it either happens or not.
Yes. Yes. No, that's a very good point. In over the board chess, for sure you doubt yourself. For sure you
So yeah,
doubt
your
yourself.
king is on b8. So logically speaking, it doesn't need to jump over d file,
Over the
right?
d file. Hmm.
But what if you're wrong? Then it's a legal move.
Illegal move, and your opponent gets some extra time on the clock.
And
Yes.
also it's embarrassing.
That's I feel like this is what the players are mostly afraid of. Just being embarrassed. At least that's what I'm afraid of. If I go ask the arbiter about something
Yeah.
and he tells you, yeah, are you crazy? Of course you can do that. Then I will feel stupid. Um, but yeah, I'm sure we'll get used to this over the next few days.
Yeah, exactly. Wesley. It's funny that Wesley was the one who messed up like castling. Was it Nepo who challenged him? Because it was a legal move or something?
I think so, but I do not remember
Yeah, I
that
think
exact episode.
they had to add time on Nepo's clock. And then, like, ironically enough, the only chessable course on 960 is by whom?
Must be Wesley, yeah?
Wesley.
I don't know. I'm guessing. Is it
Yeah,
Wesley?
don't.
It's Wesley, yeah?
There's only one chessable course on Fisher Random, and it's done by Wesley.
That's so funny. That's so funny. What do you even do in the course of Fisher Random? Like,
Well, he basically just combined a bunch of tactics from different online and over-the-board games. Um, I feel like there can be done way more, but this is a start.
I'm sure things are going to evolve in the Chess
Yeah.
960 arena. But after a very long think, Alireza decided to take on f6. And of course, Hikaru took with the knight. I sort
Mm-hmm.
of expected it. This was my first instinct as well. Look, the knight on g8 was looking really sad. Might as well get it out. And the thing is, it looks like for the moment your pawn structure is pretty bad, but you're going to get e5 in. You're going to play e5. Whether now, after castle, I would go castle, bishop g4, and then e5. You're going to get rid of your backwards pawn. So I think Hikaru is feeling sort of comfortable about the position for the moment. But you do need to castle. I'm not really sure what he's thinking about right now.
Oh, I really hope he's not confused that the rook needs to move in order to for king to be able to castle. No, I'm
Maybe
sure
he's
he
thinking about
knows.
no,
I'm
but
sure
short
he knows.
castling.
Okay, he
There we
just did.
go. There
He
we go.
just did.
There we go. There we
The
go. I'm
question
actually
to Alireza is whether he can castle.
not for the moment, but soon, yes. Wait, what? Did you see how that was done? Did he use both hands?
Yeah, but how do you do it? Like in the game one, I was thinking, how do you actually castle when your king is on b8 and goes to g8? Do you like take it with one hand and just like deliver? I
I
know
don't.
it's against the rules to do it with two hands,
I,
but
don't- I don't know. Is it against the rules in freestyle chess? They must have asked. I do
they
believe they
must
have
have an
asked,
exception. Yeah.
and then they were like, yeah, don't worry, you can use two hands. They must have asked before the tournament. Maybe they can make their own rules.
Freestyle the rules.
Well, why not? Why not? I mean, they don't actually have to follow FIDE rules, right?
No. Especially this year.
Bishop f7. Okay, bishop f7. Looking at e5. He's telegraphing his idea. We knew about it. Okay, e5.
Yes, done.
Time to go for it, and he
What I
does
gonna
it.
why do?
He does it. I think you have to pass. You have to pass by with
Five.
f5. Yeah, yeah. If you take on e5, it just feels like, first of all, both of my knights are getting on very good squares, and also you're starting to feel the pressure on your knight on e3. Rook e5, very good move, very good decision by Hikaru. Because right now, where do you put the knight? You go to c4, I'll take that. Then your king is somewhat in danger.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to like black's position. I'm starting to
Yeah, me
like
too.
black's position right now. It's not easy. It's not easy for white to finish development. This is
But
something
he
that you
doesn't
were.
have to move the knight, right?
He doesn't. But if you don't move the knight, then you need to move the bishop in order to finish your development to castle.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can go king b2, but then still the rook
Yeah, you still need to move the bishop,
has
then
to get
move
out
the rook,
somehow.
then move that other rook. All whole ordeal with development there.
Fabi has legit prepped all 960 openings. I mean, who knows? He's
Maybe.
yeah. He had some time after that. Still, he had like a couple of days. I'm sure he did something about it.
Hikaru is enjoying his coffee. His mug is not as big as yours.
He doesn't need such a big mug. No, no, it's not that early in Germany.
No.
Uh, as you were mentioning, look, it's a nice resort. Probably he went, had a nice massage for the last couple of days, relaxed. I'm just speculating, by the way.
They did
Don't take
have
it home,
very
but
full
they do have a nice
media
spa,
day.
right?
They have media day yesterday with like 9 hours of uh, recording and photographing.
9 hours.
Yeah,
Wow. Wow. I think, by the way, Alireza is pulling the brakes right now. I think you can pull the brakes with bishop b2, right? Like bishop b2, rook takes c3, bishop takes f6. Can you do this? Just say, okay, let's make a
yeah.
draw.
Although black gets this open file,
Hmm. Okay. Rook e8.
I mean, Hikaru
But
will
if you
be
don't,
happy.
what do you do? How do you defend?
Well, rook f3 does seem very
It's so ugly, right?
ugly. Yeah.
You just close up your bishop. I mean, maybe he's going to do it. Perhaps he's going to play it, but it's such a difficult move to make. Let's see if he made it. Because I do see some moves. Knight to g4. Okay.
Hmm. No,
Knight
I
to
mean, it's also
g4.
fine.
Knight takes g4. Rook takes
I
f7.
mean, I don't think Hikaru will be particularly missing that bishop on f7.
No, no, no. It is going to be two bishops against two knights, and I do need to not allow you to finish your development, because then the two bishops are going to be really strong. But perhaps knight takes, rook takes f7, and then just get rid of this rook.
Yeah,
Go rook e7. I don't like the rook on the 7th rank. Let's just exchange it.
yeah, correct.
These are the type of ideas I would be thinking about. Both players on 5 minutes and 40 seconds right now. So it's a very close matchup. Very, very close matchup.
Close on accuracy as well.
91.6 versus 91.5. Yeah, that's that's definitely close. Okay,
Their
knight
jackets
g4.
also in similar colors.
Mm-hmm. But jacket off for Hikaru. It's warm. It's warm up there.
Yeah, tomorrow will be another day of round robin because it's 10 players. So tomorrow will be 4 games,
Four
right?
games. Five
Yeah.
games today. This is round 3. We have 2 more rounds after this one. 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. And today the playoff stage is sorry, not the playoff stage. The first stage of the event is going to conclude, the rapid portion, which is going to move on after that to the knockout stage, stage 2. Rook e7, as prescribed. That's exactly what Hikaru is doing. Take on g4 and then immediately challenges the rook on the 7th rank. I like this. Again, the question is being asked. How are you going to finish your development? Where are you going to put this bishop after the exchange of the rooks? Or the exchange of
I
the
personally
rooks?
like bishop a3 for some
So
reason.
take bishop a3, right? But then I'll give you a check.
Yeah.
Maybe I can go even rook e2 first. Like actually, what do you do after rook e2?
Bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop f3. Don't I have
You
check
check and then
and then
knight
take
h2.
and then knight takes h2? I was thinking, yeah. And at least I'm a pawn up. I'm not sure if I have a great deal of an advantage, but
And that knight is not gonna get trapped. Bishop e2.
in the worst case, I also have
Yeah,
h5, right?
h5 you have. Or
But
knight e5.
probably knight e5. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, black is better.
yeah. Yeah, no, it's very well played by Hikaru, and I do think we have a move rook to f4.
Still knight h2. Although much more dangerous.
You're taking that pawn?
Hmm.
Take that pawn,
Knight,
bishop h3 probably, right? Or bishop b2.
well, if
So,
rook h4, then rook h5, right?
so I have a question for you, Maria.
Mhm.
After bishop to b2, rook to e1, can you castle?
No,
You cannot. Yeah.
no,
I
you
don't think you
cannot
can.
castle from a check. That's the
I don't
same
think you
rule.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot. You cannot. So the same rule as regular chess.
Yeah.
If your king is in check, you cannot castle.
If the rook is under threat, it's not a problem.
Yes.
So what about square attacked by rook? Doesn't matter, right? If it's
Knight
no,
takes
I think
h2.
it
He's
doesn't.
going for it.
Yeah, I
Wow.
think it doesn't matter. Yeah, juicer.
Why not?
Alireza
up the
almost
juicer.
looks surprised that Hikaru went for it. Didn't he? Wasn't he supposed to calculate it first?
I'm not
He
sure.
seems
I'm not sure. He seems a bit, yeah, taken aback by this decision.
Alireza. That's the first thing you learn as a child when you start playing chess.
Calculate the pawn captures.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
rook h4.
Even Hikaru is looking at him like, mate,
That's a pawn. That's a juicer.
that's a pawn. Like, if you offer it, calculate.
Okay,
Don't get
rook
surprised that your
h4.
opponent took it.
What do we do after rook h4? How do we defend it? Do we go rook h5? Is that the only move? I guess that's the only move, right? Rook h5 and take. You're still not, you still haven't finished your development.
No,
So I guess you're just simply going to be a pawn down. Okay, it's not a beautiful pawn by any
no.
means. It's a double pawn. And I do have the two bishops with the position completely opened up. But a pawn is a pawn. A juicer is a juicer, you know? So, yeah. I'm starting to like Hikaru's situation. Alireza goes for a bishop h3. Somewhat of a threat, not really. But
Mm-hmm.
for example, if you try to attack this bishop, this would be a huge mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is just checkmate.
Yeah. So he needs to prepare an escape plan for the king.
Maybe something like b6 or c6.
Mm-hmm.
c6 I don't really like because bishop a3
Yeah,
and then bishop
bishop can
d6
land there,
ideas.
so he has to go for b6.
Okay, rook e4.
Okay.
I like this move. If you move the rook to f2, then my knight gets back.
Mm-hmm.
Then I go knight g4, and I'm
And
happy.
it was a free pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. Bishop a3. Yeah, no, this is a move that asks the right questions. Because what you don't, or at least, you know, it's not easy to do, is change the pawn structure. So for example, rook takes f4. If you have to take with the pawn, you're probably not going to be happy about it. First of all, you don't actually have to take with the pawn. But for example, if you go bishop a3, then after rook takes f4, you probably have to take with the pawn. So, and psychologically, whenever you're a pawn down, it's always a bit tricky, right? Even if you do have the compensation
Mm-hmm.
in the back of your mind, it's always like, okay, but how do I restore the material balance?
You cannot do normal moves as if you were doing in equal game, right? Like normally you're fine with going in any sorts of endgame because it's at least equal. But here you always have to like think, oh yeah, I cannot really go to pawn endgame. I cannot
Exactly.
really go to knight endgame. Maybe queen endgame is lost.
It's always that extra pressure, right? And look, clock is ticking. 2 minutes 43 seconds for Alireza, spending a lot of time on this decision. Probably the right decision. King to b2. Finally, he's saying, look, I really need to get this rook back into play. I really need to go rook d1 or rook h1, start targeting the knights. So if you go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say that Hikaru, it was first time that he left the board.
He got the jacket on.
Yeah.
He's cold. Hikaru is cold. He was like, okay, time to put the jacket on. Too much AC in the building.
Oh,
How do we get the knight out?
He was appreciating that we can enjoy the colors of the jackets on our screens.
That's
all for the chat.
I have to say that's yeah, it looks good. H5 makes a lot of sense. The engine really hates this move, as you can see by the bar.
Yeah, but engine hates everything and everyone. Let's be honest.
Because of this move, rook f6, and now you're losing the pawn. I think this might have been something that Hikaru missed.
And now he's taking off the jacket.
Yeah, he missed it. I think he thought that rook g7 is going to be played, but then rook f8 is a big problem.
Because he never made that luft.
Yeah.
Maybe he somehow thought he did, but he did not. That also can happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This is not good. Giving up that pawn, that was a prized possession. That juicer. But okay. It's still equal pawns. Now, unfortunately, it's from the defensive side because you're playing two bishops against two knights. I really like that extra pawn, but okay, nothing is lost yet.
Life goes on.
Life goes on. Yes.
Alireza still has undeveloped queen side.
Queen side, yeah, absolutely. So he needs to go bishop f4, bishop f4 followed by rook d1. Do you exchange the rooks first? Rook g7, okay. I'm following you.
Yeah. That rook is not getting out.
No, I want to exchange at least one pair of rooks.
Now he can develop the bishop with a tempo. Bishop
Would you
g5.
exchange both? Would you exchange the other pair of rooks as well if you could?
With black pieces, probably not. I don't know. Those two bishops, I think, become stronger without rooks on the board.
Two bishops and the king maybe
Yeah.
storming towards the center. In theory, you should like to exchange the rooks, but as you just pointed out, I feel the king perhaps is too close to the center. So yeah, I think you're right. Perhaps we should keep the rooks and try to get some aggression going. Maybe like knight c5, rook e2, knight d3 ideas. This type of tactics in the position.
Correct.
Down to the last 2 minutes, 2 minutes 17 seconds against 1 minute and 30 for Hikaru. Okay.
Yeah, also that pawn on h5 can get targeted by both the rook and bishops.
That's going to be the problem. I'm afraid that's going to be the problem, Maria. As you just pointed out, bishop to g2 followed by rook h1 is something that I need to be careful about.
Yeah, and we cannot really play knight f6 because maybe bishop g5 is annoying because of all of the pins.
Yes, knight f6,
Yeah.
bishop g5 is actually very, very unfortunate. But he didn't. He went for activity with rook e2. How do we do this? Do you go rook to d1? Do you try to kick this rook away with bishop f1 first? I feel rook d1 is the natural move.
Yeah, I like rook f1.
Rook f1. You want to go
Oh,
all the way
sorry,
to
bishop,
f1?
bishop f1. I mean, really, white has a lot of options. But I also would keep the bishop on that diagonal. But then
Give me a couple more moves as black. Let me go knight c5 or knight e5 and start threatening knight d3 and I'm Gucci. But Alireza probably finds the best move, bishop to f1.
Oh, I just realized I'm wearing the... I should have changed my shirt. Chat might misunderstand my intentions in supporting the other side.
I don't know. I'm not seeing what shirt you're wearing. Is there anything that says that's a Gucci That's a Gucci. Okay, all right.
I promise I did not mean that.
I see. I see.
I mean, I can change right now.
You're
I'm so
you're with
sorry.
Gucci
Oh.
Reza. Okay. I see.
Fired on day one.
Finally, yes. Finally, I got the joke. I was like, why does Maria want to change her shirt so badly? Like, it's a nice shirt.
It is a
Finally,
nice
I
shirt.
understand.
I wasn't thinking. Okay,
Finally, I
I
understand.
will wear my Champions Chess Tour jacket.
Rook to e8. Okay.
Oops.
I really don't like this 10 seconds and counting. It's a really, really bad time trouble right now. And fighting against these two bishops does not bode well. Okay, knight f6, bishop d3, knight f6, looking at storming the central squares. Maybe knight e4, maybe knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to kick this bishop away from f4. Okay, I like knight d5 coming along. I'm still a bit insecure about this king. Bishop g6.
Yeah, even now, like, even though there are not so many pieces left, it's always this bishop f5 idea.
Good
Rook
move.
coming in. Maybe rook d1 first, then.
Yeah, rook d1. Rook d1 is probably a good move. Then I would immediately try to get this king some space with b6.
But then maybe bishop d3, bishop a6. Well, you have to quickly play king b7.
King b7, yeah. Yeah, we cannot show it on the board because the players
But
are
then
just about
once
to
you
make their move.
once you played b6, they will try to attack c7 pawn.
Yep. Rook f1. Okay. But I do have to make my king a bit more safe. So the question is, how do you do that? Rook f1 is looking at ideas of bishop to g5. Rook g7, bishop f5. Where do you go? King d8 or king b8? King b8 is his decision.
Yeah, safer. Maybe he can even play a6. I don't know.
That's probably what he's going to have to go for.
Or
Rook to
a5.
d1, a5 or a6. Those are two options.
Keep it a little more flexible, right? So that maybe c6, b5 later.
Rook to g8, okay. Okay. Not allowing rook d7, I like that. Okay, rook g8, how do you get in? Rook to e1, is that the move? Rook to e1 followed by rook to e7, is that how you're going to try to make progress?
Do you think Hikaru is trying to maybe play rook h8 and try to trade that pawn?
The problem with trading a pawn is that knight on g4 becomes not defenseless, but it doesn't have the outpost anymore.
Yeah.
It is still white that has to prove the advantage.
Yeah.
Like, there is an advantage for white. This much
Okay,
is
so
obvious,
but
but
black doesn't need to do like anything specific, just
exactly. It has
just
the
tackle
easier
the threats.
moves.
Okay.
Just defend at this point, and make your opponent think. And
Oh,
that's why we're
notice
seeing.
that Alireza is lower on time now.
Yep.
Spam the flower. That's the moment.
Bishop c4. Okay. Rook e8, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing very simple moves from Hikaru. Good, simple moves that keep the position as is. Do not create any new weaknesses. How do you untangle these knights?
But do you need to untangle them?
You're running out of moves. Right now,
Unless
you're actually
white,
running out of moves.
unless white attacks our king, I think we are fine.
The thing is, he's probably going to go something like c3, b4. And he's going to try to make some...
And then a5, b6.
Yeah.
That could be a problem.
Yeah. That's why Hikaru is spending some time right now Trying to come up with the next plan. Rook to g8.
So maybe he needs to bring the knights closer to the center.
Mm-hmm. Knight f2, knight e4 maybe. Bishop c4. Okay, just easy move. Rook e8 or rook f8. Just let your opponent think. Bishop e6, rook e8. Keep attacking that bishop. Yep, he goes for it. Bishop f5. Bishop f5, maybe I can jump with the knight on e3 and then get my knight on d5.
Or
Get
if
my knight
bishop
in the
f7,
center.
then we can go back to f8.
I really don't like this bishop on f4. I really would like to kick that bishop back. Because that would free up my king as well, right? Once this bishop leaves this diagonal, I can go c6, maybe get the king on a7 or c7. It feels like the position is much healthier. Okay, rook f8.
The engine thinks that bishop g4 is very strong now.
Nobody plays bishop g4. There's no way he
No,
plays
yeah, I
bishop
don't
g4.
understand why. He
It
doesn't
was
play.
just a tactic. It was a very
Yeah.
specific tactic.
Even here, tactic.
If you play bishop f5, is that threefold repetition?
Was it repeated? I think maybe that's why he's playing bishop d3.
Yeah, I don't think it was threefold, but it was getting there.
Twofold. I think it was twice, yeah. But he
c3.
wanted to be safe.
He's trying to go for this b4 idea. Knight f2. Finally, Hikaru is looking at some tactical shots. Get this knight behind the king. Maybe b6, now that there's no more bishop c6. b6, king b7. I think this is something that you want to see. Even though changing the nature of the position, changing the structure, when you've been shuffling the pieces for so many moves, it's so difficult to do.
Yeah, if it works, right? Don't change it.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, look at the clock. Hikaru is over 1 minute right now.
Yeah.
e4. Knight h3, and that pretty much seals the deal on
we're
kicking the
happy to
bishop
trade
out.
that bishop for sure.
Yeah, knight h3, kick the bishop out. Let's see. You can also start by taking on b4. Big moment.
Yeah, we can also play rook g8 with the idea knight h3 later.
Knight e4.
The engine says, nah.
a5. Yeah, the problem is a5, b5, and b6 is in fact starting to become a real threat. This expansion, it doesn't look like much at the beginning, and then suddenly it becomes very difficult to parry. Like b5, for example, right now, and
Yeah,
rook
this looks
c4
now
next.
quite unpleasant.
It's a bit of a difficult
As you
position.
said, once the bishop pair becomes active in the open position, and the more pawns are advanced, the more open it is.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, b5, 20 seconds, and rook to e6. And that's the thing. I mean, it's much easier for Alireza to see the threats because the knights cannot jump very far away, right? The bishops, they just cut the whole board in half.
Yeah.
And you have to be looking at bishop d1, bishop d3, bishop f1, bishop h3. Is that coming? Bishop b3. Like, there's too many things to worry about. Rook to e6. Still. Oh, a6. Let's take that. Take that pawn. Take that pawn and take it ASAP right now.
Is it a bait though?
Well, you cannot
We
take it
cannot
twice.
take it now, but
You have to go king b8, king a7.
did
Go for
Alireza
a
miss
pawn.
that king b8, king a7 simply wins that pawn?
I think he did. I think he did, or at least he underestimated it.
I mean, of course, you don't grab it with the rook because you lose a knight.
That just loses. King b8, good move. Nicely spotted by Hikaru. The thing is, this king is in fact going to be defended on the g1 a7 diagonal by playing c5. So bishop e3 and all sorts of checks are going to be bent by c5.
That's nice. And now rook b6 is also coming in.
Yeah, rook b4, rook b6,
Questions to the
maybe.
king.
Okay, let's give a check. Let's give a check right now. Oh, this is a difficult moment. This is a difficult moment. Check and knight d6. Check on b6, good first move, and knight d6. Yes, he finds it. a7, probably the best move. Try to take the pawn on c7.
But then it's
still not easy.
Then it's basically a draw, right?
No. This knight on d6 is still... You still have to be very careful.
Yeah, but if takes, king a6.
King a6, I think bishop d3 might be
We have to go
quite
back.
a problem. You
Yeah,
have
but
to
then,
go back. Not
then you're
easy.
right. The diagonal is still tricky.
King b8, good move. Knight d5 next move. Knight d5 next
See,
move.
that's why I'm not a grandmaster, chat. I want to get out of the pin, whatever the cost is. But then the cost might be higher.
Yes, that's how it usually plays out. No, but these last few moves were extremely precise. Like you don't play these moves, you're in trouble. Like you lose on the spot. I think Hikaru is somewhat feeling like he's safe right now. He shouldn't relax. But I feel like he knows that maybe even, by the way, wait a minute. Rook c6, how do you defend? King d2, knight c4. King d1, knight e3. King b2, knight c4. King b1, maybe you have to go
You don't
that
have
way.
a third knight on a5. a4.
Yes, that would be nice. That would be nice. Okay, how do you do it? I guess you can take on d6 and take on h5. But that's going to be a draw. And Alireza knows it.
Yeah, he is accepting a draw.
Alireza knows it. It's so funny that the engine thinks that black is better. Black is slightly better.
Black is minus 0.1 better.
I mean,
Keep playing, Hikaru,
that's
you can
not
win.
the case because black is a pawn down. I mean,
Keep playing, Hikaru, you can win. Easy.
What I don't want to see is rook bishop versus rook. I know, players of Hikaru's caliber, they know the ins and outs of that endgame, but you just simply don't want to have it with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, exactly.
You really don't.
Yeah, it's still annoying.
Anything can happen in that endgame. It's one of the most difficult endgames too.
Well, but you can see by their body language, they're both like, yeah. Well, I guess Hikaru feels a bit of more of relief because he was struggling a little bit.
Yep.
He also must feel really annoyed about blundering that pawn on g5, g6, g6.
Yeah, but look, resilience, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's had it in the previous game and he's showing it right now as well. Look, sometimes you have a bad day at the office or at least a bad start at the office. You feel like things are not going your way and that's a draw. That's officially a draw. But if you don't lose, it's still fine. If you don't lose those games, you manage to defend them, you're still in good shape in the tournament. I know there's a little bit of frustration seeping in perhaps, but as long as you don't lose, everything is fine.
Just don't lose the games, chat.
Yeah, that's easier said than done.
Just don't lose.
We do have one more game pending. This is the final game between Fabi and Nodirbek, and we were being told that Fabi was doing really well, that he was winning. I'm not sure if he's still winning right now. Knight to c8. He's definitely the one pressing.
I never understand this in games. Okay, here I guess
Knight
the
d6
fact
is a
that
threat, or
that
at least
rook
this is what he's looking
is,
at.
yeah, I'm really confused. Why is this not winning for black?
Because it's not that easy to take the pawn on a6. The pawn on a6 is just extremely powerful
If
as
you
a
remove
defender.
that pawn, then black is winning, right?
Yes, no, absolutely. Easy,
Like the
easy
king
win.
is currently cut off, but it has nothing to do. Like you can always bring the knight or the bishop. Like it's a little awkward positioning. The knight on c8 is a little it struggles to find moves, but it can go the long route. Like black
Yes,
is not in a rush. So once the pawn is down, but like white is never giving it up.
but you're not losing. Yeah, if you take the pawn on a6, I take the pawn on c5.
Yeah.
Like this is the idea. You take the pawn
Yeah.
on a6, I take the pawn on c5.
And can he play king a7?
He
Like
certainly
white
can.
cannot take the knight.
He certainly can.
So what if king a7 and then he wants to move the knight away to
Yeah, king a7 is a difficult move to make. Rook e6, and this is just a draw now. Bishop f8, rook f6. They're going to repeat the position.
okay.
Rook f6,
I
bishop
guess
e7, rook
king
e6.
a7, same thing. Also rook e6.
Yeah.
That's the point. It's just the unfortunate positioning of the pieces.
Yes. Yeah. This is just a draw. This is just a draw now.
Must be annoying for Fabi.
Well, yeah. I'm sure he had probably an easier position, perhaps a win previously, but 2.5 out of 3 for him cannot be bad. One player that's really struggling and one player that's really doing well in this one is Fedosev, who's struggling 0 out of 3. He
Wow.
lost against Sindarov. Sindarov is on 3 out of 3, Maria. The wild card for this event, who replaced Vishanan in the last moment, he's on 3 out of 3.
You know the fun fact that probably nobody knows.
Tell me. Tell us.
Fedoseev drove from Vacancy with his coach to Hamburg. And guess which player they picked up to take to Weisenhaus?
Sindarov.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And now this is how
Should
he
have left
repays
him
him.
at the airport.
This is how he repays him. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the ride. Boom.
Boom.
Get
3
your
out of
third
3.
loss in a row. Thanks for the ride. Maybe I can give you a ride back. Okay. All right. That was a fun round 3. Round 4 coming up in just a few minutes. I think it's time for us to take a break.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
4 of the inaugural edition of the Grand Slam, Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, held in Weisenhaus, a beautiful resort in Germany. And I have to say, the games so far have been spectacular. The positions as well, and everything is happening as early as move 1. We've even seen Castle potentially on move 1. Maria, a lot of fun so far. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's been great watching both tactical chances and positional play. The games started, yeah, being heated up from move 1. And yeah, Hikaru had some good positions, some bad positions. He's doing really well considering everything. He's like getting the best opponents out of starting from round 1. And
-1 so far. It's not that bad. Look,
it's not
it's
that
not
bad.
that bad. He lost against Magnus. I understand that was a difficult one, but you can even take some positive energy from that one because he kept the position very complex and he had chances all the way until the end. We see him right now analyzing. This seems to have been the team for the last few rounds. Fabi, Hikaru, the two Americans. Is that Alireza or is that Sindarov?
That's Sindarov on the
That's
right,
Sindarov on the right.
and I think
Yes.
Keimer is standing.
Yeah, Keimer with the yellow jacket.
The
It's
mustard,
easy if
yeah.
you remember their colors. I think Keimer has the yellow.
They did keep, as far as I remember, they all kept
Yep.
their colors.
Yep. Fabi's purple. Hikaru is some sort of a maroon. And I think Alireza it's tricky, right? Alireza, Gukesh, and Hikaru, they all have a shade of red.
They
But
all also have a matching scarf that comes with the jackets that they can wear. But I see that not
flashy,
many of them are doing it. Fedosheev is wearing one.
flashy.
Magnus is one who changed his jacket from last year. I believe he was wearing the color that Sindarov is wearing now, light blue.
Now he's white.
Now he's in white.
Yeah. Magnus is the only one that has the ability to change, right? He has the pull to change his jacket color.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens. He also got the goat villa. Did you see that?
Yeah.
You see that? He has like a
Goat
ne-
family
a villa
house.
called the Goat Family House. I mean,
The goat family villa. Yeah. And he said, I
that's
prefer goat house.
that's uh that's some serious stuff right there. Yeah, and we see Magnus analyzing with Hikaru's opponent, Levon.
Yeah,
And
let's see if it
I'm
helps
trying to
Levon.
is that Alireza right there? So
No,
Alireza is
that's
back to
another back.
analyzing. No, that's not
That's
your back.
another
Okay.
back.
Okay.
Alireza is usually just sitting on his own.
By himself, yeah. No,
Yeah, last
for a
year it
second.
was Ding. Ding was always sitting alone.
I feel there's a language barrier
Yeah,
with Ding, and probably that's
with
why
Ding,
he doesn't
probably.
feel confident enough to hang around and chat and whatnot. Alireza just simply
Doesn't care.
doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't care. That's a good one. But yeah, let's talk about the position for a second. We see the queen on a1, queen in the corner, bishop on b1. So we're seeing already potential ideas of b3 to open up that queen and c4 to open up the bishop. I feel like this is a very natural way to potentially start this one. Maybe even c4 first. Because c4, bishop c2, queen b1, you can create this battery on the b1 h7 diagonal. So that's an idea as well.
Yeah.
Now, on the king side, this looks fairly normal. You just go knight f3 and then you castle.
Yep.
So this one, I have to say, it's looking like
Just
a very
pre-move. Knight of 3 castle.
yeah. Just play the ready. That makes the most sense. By the way, did you change your shirt? Did you change your shirt?
No, I didn't.
You did. It does look a bit different. I don't know.
No, I'm
Looks
just wearing the jacket from
ah,
Champions Chess Tour.
that's beautiful. Yeah. No more Gucci representing.
Yeah, that was almost ended up in a blunder, but all was good in the end.
And the two Americans right now will be facing each other. Once again, Levon brings his fashion sense to the table as usual.
Yeah,
And,
one of his etro jackets. Well, actually, some of them are not etro, but designed by his wife.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Yeah. C4, as we sort of expected, and followed by knight f3. Not committing to the castle yet, though I'm sure castle is going to come very soon.
Yeah, for sure.
I do like this early idea of trying to take control of the center with d4 and b3. Okay, so the queen gets opened up.
Yeah, so he probably looks into putting the other knight on e2, supporting its brother.
This one,
Also
for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe
Also
some
ready to
e3.
jump to g3 if necessary, or
And I think also important,
Or-
because this is something that I was sort of struggling for the moment to understand what I'm going to do with, is the bishop on e1. But now it becomes pretty obvious. I'm going to build up this battery on the a1, h8 diagonal. Bishop c3, and that's going to be a flashlight right there on that diagonal.
Yeah, it's like two cannons. Bishop
It's going
on
to
b1.
shine a lot of light on on the king. Yeah, no, it's looking good. It's looking good for Hikaru, but Levon immediately strikes in the center. Good move. Good move by Levon.
Wow.
Excuse me, what?
What? Hikaru doesn't hesitate and just plays e4. He's not that a gambit.
Hikaru, I was just drinking my tea. I was relaxing a little bit.
96. Wow. The rook on d8 is not defended. If you
Oh
take
my
96.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at this.
But
Look
interestingly
at
enough,
this.
the engine says no problem. Continues with development, bishop c7 and just castle.
I guess so.
And you have tripled pawns on e file. And the engine thinks this is a good compensation for an exchange. Plus,
The truth is,
yeah, semi-open
I mean,
file.
let's say I go castle, right?
Yeah,
By the way, they're still thinking. I do have. It seems like everything opens up
yeah.
for black, like bishop h5, now bishop e2 ideas
And
if you move the
this
knight.
is very much Levon's style position, so I doubt that, mm, I don't know, but Hikaru is doing it.
And by the way, e4, e5.
Okay. That seems like
What
a
is
bit of a
happening?
missed opportunity there for Levon.
Oh, for sure. For
He's
sure
usually
not.
the one who is ready to sack f5, g5, and just open up everything and go for attack. And here he had it handed on a plate.
But Maria,
Yeah, yeah,
bishop
bishop
b4 check.
b4. Is this
You're forced to go king g8, but now there's no more castle. I mean, this is
this is
not a
really good.
nice position with this
Hmm.
rook on h8, just hanging around for the remainder of the game there. Yeah, I mean, whatever this was, whatever happened in the last few moves, I feel like Hikaru probably has the upper hand after this.
Yeah.
He must have the upper hand right now. It's still not an easy position by any means. Please don't take it that way from what I'm saying right now. But after f4, for example, I need to get to your king somehow. I still have castle in my back
Hmm.
pocket. So it's looking
Yeah,
good for
f4
white.
is a logical continuation of this madness in the center.
That's a
By the
good way
way,
to put it.
everybody says that losing in 6, 7 moves is crazy and only happens in freestyle chess. Don't you guys remember how Alireza lost to Fabi?
I do
You
remember that.
remember that game?
I remember that game. That was a funny one.
That was insane. How many moves it was? Like 8 or 9?
Something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's somewhat of a common. I actually didn't know it, and I haven't seen it before. But I was told after that that yeah, this is somewhat of a common idea. 97. Okay, 97. I'm not 100% sure if I like.
If anybody wants to find it, I think it's in shorts on chess.com YouTube. It's easy
Must
to
have
find.
like millions of views
Yeah.
probably. Bishop b7 targeting the rook. Where do you put the rook? Rook c8. Okay, so not rook d7. So Hikaru says that I'm going to take on f6. I'm going to mess up your structure, and then I'm bringing my knight to f5, and that should give me the advantage. It's not super clear to me why, but I can see I can see the train of thought that Hikaru is engaging in right now.
Well, I kind of like how Black Queen is being cut off
Mm-hmm.
from defending the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can visually separate the board into into sides by that pawn formation, like it just cuts it into two pieces.
Fly my queen over this pawn to g6,
Yeah.
and I will be
So
fine.
ideally, you want to put the knight on f5, bring the queen over, h4, h5, and I wish black gave us like 6, 7 moves to do that, but they obviously won't. They will have
Yes.
their own plans.
But I
But
like the idea, and especially this idea of h4, rook h3, rook g3. I think it's one that's worth considering for the next few moves.
yeah, and for now, black can do actually the same. h5, rook h6, rook g6.
Yeah.
And they have to do it because the rook needs to get into play.
Yeah.
But the next 2, 3 moves will possibly decide everything because this is like calm before a storm.
Yeah. No, h5 is a move that seems to be the prescribed one, but it's not an easy move to make, right? Because you do feel like you're weakening the king, and
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the instinct is to keep the king on f8 and maybe get the rook to g8, keep this pawn on
True.
h7. Like,
True.
for example, this is what I would play. If this would be my position as black, I would be looking at ideas of king to f8.
Mm-hmm. I
King
feel
to
like
f8 followed by rook
I feel
g8.
like Hikaru always has an idea of a 4. Now that I look at it more, sometimes I want to the pawn on e4 to almost disappear and open everything for the attack.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So in some ways it's possible that he might come up with some sack like this to unleash an attack on the king. Of course, it needs to be prepared.
I think you're onto something. No, I definitely think you're onto something with this f4. Maybe I can even go castle first
Mm-hmm.
and then go for f4. I think that's the plan. That
And
should be the plan.
another idea that Hikaru might have if
He
Levon
played
play.
h5.
Okay, he played for h5. But I
h5.
think the problem with king f8 was that white might play a4 or queen b2 with the idea queen a3. And you have
Yes,
to deal with that as well.
I would be going with my bishop on d6 to cover up that
Yeah,
diagonal.
but
That would be my plan.
maybe if queen b2 first, then b4 is possible with some ideas like c5. So there are just
Yeah,
so many things that we never see in normal chess.
absolutely. None of that will happen because Levon seems to have found the best move
Mm-hmm.
with h5. But what I do like about this game is the time situation. Hikaru has been struggling a little bit with the clock.
Mm-hmm.
He's been down on time for the majority of the games. Right now, he's 2.5 minutes ahead. So that's that's a big advantage, I want to say. That's already, whenever you hear coaches, let's say in classical chess, hey, especially in blitz, if you're down 2 minutes on the clock, you're basically a piece down. Right now, I'm feeling obviously not a piece down, but Levon is starting to feel the heat of the clock, despite the
Mm-hmm.
fact that position might still remain somewhat complex.
Do you think Levon might be losing a bit of confidence, having started uh, not so well?
Yeah, where is he
He
standing
only
right
has
now?
half a point against Gukesh
Half a
and lost
point
2 other games.
and started with 0 out of 2.
Yeah.
Look, yeah. And again, it's all about those first top 8 spots. Like make it to the top 8, and then you can take it. You can take it from there.
Mm-hmm.
But the top
But
8 are
how?
so important, and it's not easy. It truly is not easy.
There are not really easy opponents here. Like everybody was like, well, Sindarov is kind of like late edition and not in top 20, and also, but I, it seems like he has maybe the most momentum because he did not even expect to get invited, but also he did so well in the qualifier.
He was on vacation in Dubai when he got the call that
Yeah.
he can make it. He was with his parents. I believe he even mentioned it. He was in Dubai, chilling, enjoying the sun, and
Maybe
then
that's
suddenly
what
he
we all
got the
need
call.
to perform the best chess. Just
Look, he
go
got his
to
vitamin
Dubai.
D, that's for sure. Vitamin D at an all-time high. He's feeling good. He has this golden opportunity to compete against the best players. You don't get this very often,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he's trying to make the best out of it. And right now, he's doing so.
Mm-hmm. Wanted to say, oh, maybe Levon is just getting old, but then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
I think we're
Yeah.
all getting old, Maria.
Yeah, I
It's the way
know.
life goes.
Yeah.
It's the
But
way
hey, they
life
say
goes.
that the golden age of chess players is usually between 42 and 46.
Who says that? Who
Uh,
told you that? Who lied to you like that?
well,
42 to
Gelfand
40.
qualified to the World
Okay,
Championship when he was 47.
Gelfand is a genius.
Anand was on his peak between like 40 and 50.
That's the exception. That's not the rule. Anand is definitely not the rule. The guy is a machine. He's a machine playing well into his
Okay,
50s.
okay, let the girl dream.
That look, I'm being realistic here. There's no way your best years are between 42, 46 as a chess player. No, 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 no. I do not believe that. If that is the case, it's time for me to get
Yes,
back on the path.
I'm trying to motivate you.
I-
Yeah, let's do
Maybe it's
it.
time for me to get back on the path of achieving my
Me too.
greatest playing
Let's go.
dreams.
Play freestyle chess.
Rook to c1. Okay, bishop g4, rook c1. What's happening here? Why not f3, by the way?
Yeah,
Why
that's a
didn't
good
he go for
that's a
f3?
good question.
But okay, he decides not to mess with his pawn structure on
Wait,
that side.
wait a minute.
Yes.
Do you see the recommendation of computer?
I see.
What the
Yes.
actual freak?
Well, after
Why
bishop
would you just
d3,
sack an exchange?
I'm never going to take this exchange. I'm just simply never going to take it.
But
Because I
why?
need my light square bishop to defend
Okay,
against knight f5. This is just too bad.
okay.
Yeah,
It's
this
just
is
specifically here because the queen is so far. So that's what computer is doing, bringing the queen with a tempo because now h5 is also hanging.
yeah, yeah. No,
Wow.
I would never take on d1. That's why perhaps rook c1, obviously not the most inspired, but rook c1, rook h7. This is still a very complex position.
Yeah, it's very easy to make like an automatic move like this.
Honestly, I don't understand the plan for black. Like, I understand very much what Hikaru is trying to do. He's going to try to go b4 at the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
f3, king f2, solidify the knight on g3, and then try to play for b4, c5, do something
Mm-hmm.
on the queen side. At least this is what I think he's trying to do.
Well, maybe he's not in a rush to play f3 because he doesn't want to weaken the g file and the
Yes.
knight on g3.
Yeah. No, despite the fact that the engine is somewhat in the middle, as you can see, somewhat saying that the position remains very balanced, I really like white from a practical perspective.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to play. He has so many plans. He can shuffle around while black just has to sit there and try to return the ball to his court without making an enforced error.
Exactly. That's a very good metaphor. Yes, yes. And it seems like white can attack from multiple sides. White has angles at his disposal. You can go for b4, you can go for queen d2, queen h6. You can even try to exchange the light square bishop. And you, as black, Levon, right now has to have all of those things and all of those potentials in his mind at every single move. That forces you to burn time. And that basically forces you to slowly fall into a worse position.
It did indeed look like a glass of wine. I'm sure it's not, but it's funny. Levon just had something that looked like a glass of wine.
You think it's not allowed?
Well, I
It
guess
could be.
FIDE rules
But there's nobody
can
cares.
be overlooked. I don't know.
Again, I don't think anybody in Weisenhaus right now thinks about following FIDE rules.
No.
So if the players want wine, I mean, I look,
Why not? Why not?
I think we're a family friendly stream, so
Oh, but it can be a non-alcoholic wine.
it could be a what? No, that's a travesty right there. Not alcoholic. Okay, back to chess.
Or just
Back to chess.
grape juice that went off a little.
Grape juice, indeed. Uh, Bishop to e2. I like that. I think he's going for it. I think he's going. Oh no, he's not going for it. He's going for castle. Hmm. Castle
Box
in chess is
wine.
an
What is worse, box wine or wine without alcohol?
Both are pretty bad. Both are both are definitely pretty bad. Castle with two hands. Okay. The ambidextrous castle. Okay. Why did he castle? I'm trying to understand it, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big fan of it. I really like the rook on h1 because I was seeing ideas of bishop e2, and then we exchange on g4. Let's say you take with the pawn, and then I can
Mm-hmm.
go h5, h6, and then get the rook via h4. And the king always felt like you can go king f1, king g1 if you
Well,
really
what I'm
try to
thinking is
run.
possible is that currently black has pawn majority on the king side, and that pawn is sort of useless, while white has majority on the queen side. So maybe Hikaru is thinking, why don't I try to create a passer on the queen side?
But Maria, looking at the players, don't you get the feeling that Hikaru is just simply very relaxed and feeling very good about his position?
Mm-hmm.
Like he seems like, he's just he doesn't care right now, right? It feels, look, he's getting up from the board,
Mm-hmm.
putting pressure. It feels like he thinks his position is very much superior, and perhaps he's right,
I think he's right.
especially right now. Wait a minute. If I go f3 and he's gonna
Mm-hmm.
go f3, sorry, aren't you losing the pawn on h5?
Yeah, I think Levon just gambited the pawn.
He must have. He must have. Yeah, no,
But how do
f3.
you, like, this was a threat anyway, right?
It was. It was.
How do you defend it otherwise? Is there
Mm,
something else he could have done?
I guess you can go passive with rook h7, but that's very
Yeah,
passive.
but that's only
That is very
delaying the
passive.
inevitable.
That's true. Yeah, rook h7, it
Like
just feels passive.
bishop e2, as you said, is coming with.
Yeah, we got some moves. f3, of course, came on board. Of course. f3, the bishop will have to move somewhere, e6 or d7. And then I will pick up the pawn. Now, what Levon is thinking, and I believe this is why he wanted to plant this bishop on b4 first, is that he really didn't want his second bishop to not have a job.
Mm-hmm,
The first bishop on g4 doesn't really do much for the moment.
mm-hmm.
It's very restricted. If you allow me, even for a move, to go b4, this bishop on d6 is not going to have a job either. So that's why he played bishop b4. He was like, okay, you take a pawn, at least I'm going to have an active bishop.
Yeah, I think Levon just said goodbye to that pawn a couple of moves ago already.
Yes. Yes.
The piece
f3.
activity is more important. But then why is he thinking for so long?
That's a very good question because, I mean, I understand you
Like
have two
f3
moves.
was obvious move to make, so he at least he needs to play faster to have some well, not even compensation, but I'm a pawn down, but at least I'm lower on time. Like
I think
it's
he's
an
just running out of
opposite of
ideas.
compensation.
He's running out of ideas. I think he realizes that, bishop b6, let's say I take on h5, you go rook g6, you have to defend the pawn on f6. Then I go g4, king f2. You're not getting anywhere close to my knight. He played bishop d7, knight h5, rook g6, and g4. Hikaru is blitzing out his moves and
Yeah,
playing the best moves.
and Levon already rolled up his sleeves, ready for blitz.
Yeah. Levon with a shoulder shake.
Yeah, actually, he does it all the time. It has nothing to do with the quality of his position. He just has some back kind of like uncomfortability. I
He's
mean,
doing the
all the
shimmy.
chess players have terrible postures,
He's doing the
and
shimmy.
yeah, that's the only way to keep the blood flowing.
Yeah. King h8. Looking at potentially doubling up on the g file and sacrificing something. Just let me get some sort of play. Let me sacrifice.
That could get dangerous, or at least land him a perpetual.
Yes. That's one of the few ideas you have.
But yeah, knight g3 with knight f5 is probably stopping it all.
Maybe king f2, knight g3, knight f5, as you just
Mhm.
mentioned.
Are you worried about any? Well, f5 won't work.
Rook c2, okay.
Wow. Well, he can always play king h1 and then rook g1. as
Yeah,
well.
he's trying to defend on the second rank with rook g2.
Well,
I think
he's
rook,
also protecting his queen, because if black does sacrifice and then rook gives a check on g2, then he is taking the queen. So this is
Yep.
just a preventive measure, but this is fine as well.
Yep.
But how do you win now? Like, where is the advantage? What exactly will he do? Like, what if black does nothing? What is the plan?
I think you are making a very good point with this idea of knight g3, knight f5 at the right moment. But it's not that, and whenever you put the knight on f5, excuse me, whenever you do that, you are allowing the transition into an opposite color bishop position, which might
And
just simply not be
also,
enough.
and also ideas with e4, like
Yes.
now it looks not possible, but the possibility is
It's not easy to make progress. I think this
yeah.
is the main idea in this position. It just simply is not that easy to make progress. Both players, they know very well. It is Hikaru who is playing for a win. Hikaru has the advantage. But it's not easy to make progress.
So the
This is
safe
going to
won
be the
against
struggle.
Magnus. There we go.
What?
Magnus on the second loss.
Magnus is not happy. Magnus is definitely
Wait,
not happy.
second or third? No, second, right?
No, his second loss. Yes.
Second loss,
Yes.
yeah.
I do believe that he won. He won two and lost two. No draws for Magnus yet. Bishop f8. And the thing is, Levon is catching up on time is the problem. This is what Hikaru needs to do. Hikaru needs to keep his edge on the clock.
He probably will play knight g3 and knight f5. He just needs to make sure there is no tactical blows there. But I think his general plan will be to wait until all the black pieces go to the king side and then do what? Switch over to the queen side.
Probably.
Because for him, it's very easy to reverse the rooks back to be.
It's a 1-2 step. 1-2 step right
While
there.
for black, you cannot do it very easily.
Exactly. You have to go here, rook g8, and then, yeah, that's the nature of having more space. And this is what Levon is trying to do. Levon is trying to say, okay, whenever you try to do that 1-2 step, I'm going to take on g4. I'm going to sacrifice.
So yeah, the only way to prevent it is to insert the knight there.
Yeah.
But it's such a nice knight as well, right? It looks so well on h5.
It's a little bit out of play, but
yeah,
yes.
it doesn't do much, but
it keeps the rook to the defense of the pawn on f6, and that's a big task. You're eliminating one of black's most active resources.
Does Hikaru also have some tactical ideas? Maybe knight g3, but not knight f5, but first like something like h5. Try to even...
h5 gives me even more dark squares is the problem.
Problem is our
that's what I'm
bishop is
worried
like
about.
a pawn. Currently, it's like a pawn on d3.
And that's why you probably want to focus on something
But
like
when?
before
You need to
c5.
find the right moment, because in the end, black has a bishop pair.
Exactly. And before c5, I mean, look, you're creating your own weaknesses as well. This is a long thing, and in fact, Hikaru is under a minute right now. Levon with 1 minute and 18 seconds. It's go time. It's time to make a move. It's time to make a move.
I think he's coming up with something really juicy here. Yes.
Okay.
Look, now he will blitz out.
Knight g3, bishop h6.
Do you think he will play queen a3?
I'm not
That's
really
also
sure what
best
queen a3
engine move,
does.
but he
queen a3,
was...
I guess you're trying to go that way.
Because if you bring the bishop back, it's too late. Queen
I
a6.
don't think you're looking in those type of directions. I mean, queen a3 would be a very good move if he finds it. It's such it's a move that you're not looking in that direction.
Yeah.
You're looking towards the king side. I would play queen e2 as well.
Yeah. And what's
I mean,
your
you're
plan?
not worse. you're not worse as white by any means.
No, not worse, but we are looking for try to
We
win.
need to find the advantage.
Although in how currently all the games are going, maybe just drawing yourself up to like place 5 is fine. Even Magnus lost 2 games.
Yeah. Well, look, this is still just round 4. I mean,
Yeah.
If you finish day 1 on 50%, that's not bad.
But you also need to play your best as well. You should not look at everyone else what they are doing.
Exactly. It's too early for that, right? It's too early for that. Too early to start looking and making those calculations.
This is a very tricky move, by the way.
Looking at
Because
Queen
not
H6.
only it looks like Queen H6 is the plan, but Queen A3 is also a possibility.
Knight to F5. Okay. 30 seconds against a minute. Okay.
Yeah, but Hikaru is way faster than Levon in such time controls.
In blitz situations.
Yeah, in Blitz, but here it's also a huge increment.
You know what I think I would love in this position is actually to sacrifice one of my rooks for your bishop.
Yeah, exactly. They are so useless. Maybe you just play Rook H2 and hope that your opponent will take it. Of course, he won't, but
H5. Okay.
It's so crumpled on the king side. I'm just hoping something will happen on the queen side at some point.
Rook G5. It's time to shift the focus.
Yes.
It's time to go Rook B1 and try to go for
Rook B1
B4.
and go for attack.
Queen B2. Okay.
Queen B2 also an idea.
Okay.
I wonder based on what the engine is evaluating this position.
Maybe take Queen H6 with ideas to sacrifice on H5.
But king can easily run away.
I'm not so sure. I mean, you can go King G1, yes. But if you allow me to take on H5, then the G file opens. And if you go King G1, Queen H2, those would be some nasty ideas that Black has. I like this inclusion. A5, A3, at least right now you're making your opponent think there's something coming. B4 is coming. You have to deal with that. You have 20 seconds. Hikaru is creating some separation right now on the clock. The trend is definitely shifting in his favor. Take on F5, take on F5, Queen H6. Looking at ideas of Rook takes H5. In fact, I believe that is a threat right now.
Yeah, it is a threat. I think he needs to bring his queen back.
Even though I do have Rook H2, so it probably is not yet a threat. Take, and then Rook H2, cover it up.
Yeah, then in that case you will be piece up, right? If they
yes.
take.
Yes. Bishop to E4.
Still annoying.
So we're looking at ideas of take, and if you go King G1, then Queen H2 just wins on the spot.
It's a cute
but
checkmate.
You have Rook H2. Okay, back to the game. Rook to D8. Of course, none of these players are going to miss that. Rook D1. Rook G8, bringing the rooks back. Is it time, Maria? He says no. He says it's
don't like this pawn on D4 now. Somehow in 3 moves, Levon improved his position so much. Look at that queen on the same diagonal as the bishop.
Run. Let's get the king to D3.
It's time to run and block the pawn. Let's do 2 things at once. Kill 2 birds. Hide the king and block the pawn.
Yes. I like the way you're thinking on this one. King F1, run. I'm
not sure if white is able to play for a win anymore.
D3. Ooh, that's
Levon feels these changes in positions so well.
He does, doesn't he? But it's still, you still have to make something of it, because if you don't, I mean, you're just a pawn down.
Yeah, but
I'm going to take on D3. This is a big moment. You go D2, I take on D2. I sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah. Well, he has B5 idea.
Bishop D5 was a really good move. 2 seconds. And he goes for D2. Rook takes D2 immediately. Yes, he does it. No, now Queen D2. This is a dream. We've been talking about sacrificing the exchange for so long.
Fine. Yeah.
Finally, King E2, King E3.
Yeah, now Hikaru is playing for 2 results.
Yes.
No chance here for black. Like, that pawn on H5 also might say the final word.
Exactly, because that
You can
pawn on
never
h5.
move a king or a rook. Like both king and rook cannot leave that corner.
Yes, probably mostly the king. Like
King
the rook
just will
is going
stay.
to go
Yeah.
on c8, but
Mm-hmm.
you cannot use your king. You're playing without the king.
Yeah, this is perfect.
This is a good transition.
Well, apparently, yeah, for a moment, Levon had a chance to complicate it with b5, but it was also like very hard to find with few
Okay,
seconds
now
left.
now this might just be a draw.
Yeah, I don't think it is a draw. Hikaru is gonna squeeze this for like
So what I'm
longer
worried
than
is
Notterbeck was with two knights.
absolutely. What I'm worried is that I put my king on g5 and rook on c5.
Yeah, but
And
I can always shift the rook to h2 and threaten with h6. And white will always create these threats while black has nothing.
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
In fact, if they had less increment now, I would bet Hikaru is gonna win this fairly easily. But maybe with 10-second increment, Levon will be able to hold.
No, look, Hikaru has a lot of chances right now because he has the breaks. Like he has the breaks in the position. F4 is a break, but also B4 is a break.
D4 is a break, yeah.
So you can just
And very active king.
slowly improve the position and then choose wherever you want to break.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I do think that right now he's doing quite well. He has the better chances.
And
Get
he
the
can
king
like
to c3.
shuffle the pieces very quickly just to gain time and then think longer.
Yes. Get the king to d3, get the king to c3, and then go b4. b4, get the king to b5, and then go a5. This is the way you're trying to win this one.
Yeah, because you cannot allow b takes a5 because then a5 is gonna be dead.
Yes. g5 is a threat right now. g5 take and take on e5 with the king. So you probably have to go king h6 or rook e7, defend the pawn on e5.
Now he can move the king.
Yes.
Black has no breaks, like we always take that pawn on e4.
Yeah.
There's
No.
nothing.
c5 is a break. You have to go rook c7.
He just keeps poking the black. They say two weaknesses is enough to win. How many
Yes.
weaknesses can chat count in this position for black? And weakness is not necessarily a piece or a pawn. It can be a square. It can be really anything that we can use.
Yes.
I can count at least 4 weaknesses here.
Maybe he's looking at f4 right now. I think he's looking at f4. He's trying to open up. Open up, and then if I have control of the e file, then I'm going to be very happy. Maybe f4. Maybe you can't even go for it right now.
I think
why not?
Hikaru is not in a rush to do anything.
You don't think
I've
he's
been
going
wrong
to?
before. I don't hold me on that, but I think Hikaru is not in a rush to do anything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you cannot stay like this forever, obviously. It's
f4.
huh? F4, you
Yeah,
called it.
I
Well, engine says nah.
look, it just feels like the right moment to do it. I don't know why it's not that good, but the idea being with the rook on e1, if you do take on f4, I just simply take, and now at least I have control over the e file. I feel like I gained something. And
I
if you
guess
try to go rook e7,
because
I go king f3. That's my plan.
But I guess because black has this advantage of, well, this is their only ace. They can sack a rook back at any point, and they can choose the right moment where they will convert into rook endgame that they can draw.
Yes. Yes, and maybe g5 is coming, maybe rook to e8. And as you just pointed out, perhaps there's no way forward. Like, okay, you got everything that you wanted. You
Yeah.
got e file, you got potential breaks, you have
That's the
beautiful
thing, like
bishop
I
on
really
e5.
liked how closed it all was, and we just, but maybe maybe black just had enough resources to defend. What? Oops.
No.
It's not the first time actually.
It's not the first time.
With long moves, their board for some reason often registers gives us heart attacks.
Yes, Rook e8, rook d8, and this is why he doubled
There
up
was
on
also a
d file.
bishop move where it stopped midway. That was
Rook e4. At some point, you have to go for this g5. At some point, you have to go for this g5.
it calls it even a blunder, not
Which
just
one?
an accuracy blunder.
Oh, rook to e8?
Rook to 8 and the 4 both, like
No. It's fine. Rook to e8 was fine. I think it just got rook e7. The idea of rook e7.
okay.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Ooh.
But again, there's no. I don't see the path forward right now because once the pawn is no longer on f3, you cannot really move away with the king as easily because king g5 and the pawn on g4 is going to become
Yeah,
weak.
yeah. It's also a weakness for white as well.
So perhaps right now after rook d7, for example, where's the path? Where's the path forward is my question for you.
Well,
Like rook d7.
I'm afraid there is none. Like b4 is not really a threat anymore. Because once you move the rook away, black can take on d5, take that pawn, and it's likely a draw. They will just keep
This might be
checking
a
the
draw, Maria.
king.
This might, the more I look at the position, the more it feels like we're getting very close to a draw.
But before Chad gets disappointed with a 4, it's also possible that that evaluation was based on the space and just a bit of initiative that White had, while there is no clear way of winning that position. So
Absolutely.
maybe objectively Hikaru did the best move, just there was nothing else he could do.
Look, and I'm not saying that I have any sway in this, but I did feel like f4 was the move as well. Like this was the first thing without looking at the engine that I thought about. I thought about opening up the f file. It just felt very natural, the e file. You just place your rook on e1. It's time to open the e file. Now
I
we
think,
understand that there's not much
yeah,
after that, but this is not an easy understanding to get in 10
no,
seconds.
I think possibly the best winning chances were actually earlier when the queens still were on the board with that idea of a3 before, but it's only the engine that can calculate that there is no win for black with all the sacrifices that are possible on the board, and the
And
draw is agreed.
they did agree to a draw after rook to
Yeah,
g8.
yeah.
Yeah, there's just simply no
Hikaru
path
seems
forward.
disappointed, but he's also like appreciating how Levon defended it all.
Absolutely. While they're thinking, I do believe that we have some more games.
Oh,
Let's go
nice.
to Fabiano versus Alireza. I think this is a big one. Perhaps did we just see a
How does
blunder?
Fabi keep getting 2 pieces for a rook? Can he teach us? What is the trick?
Well, now not only that, but he's getting perhaps just a free piece. And maybe the game is already over. I think the game is already over, right? Yes, the game seems to be over. Let's go to Vincent versus Nodirbek, which is still going on. And it does seem like Vincent might be
Vincent
taking
is
this one.
crushing as well.
He's winning.
Rook
He's
up.
winning.
He just needs to stop those pawns, but it's easy.
That's it. E2, you go
Easy
rook
with the
to
king so close.
rook
Yeah.
to e8, and then you just push this pawn.
He can also promote, I think.
Well, bishop g4, yeah, just a simple promotion.
I mean, no way Nodirbek is gonna continue playing this.
He is. Come on, it's Nodirbek.
He has. Oh no, he did
Never mind.
resign.
Never mind.
No, there is enough respect there.
Never mind. Yeah. And he resigned because there's absolutely no chance. Like you go a4, you give me a check, I hide in the corner. You go e2, I take you from behind like this with rook e8, I defend, and then just push my pawn. You get a queen, but that doesn't really help you too much. I get the last laugh, or I get the last queen.
And in other news, Magnus lost his second game. He's on 50%. He lost against Fedoseev.
Let's check it for a
What a
second.
nice way to stop the losing streak. Beat the god.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're on 0 out of 3, I guess. and then you
Look at
played
those
Magnus, and then you
pawns
beat
all gone.
Magnus. Why not? This was the moment. He played Long Castle, but in this case, Long Castle was just a huge blunder because of knight b2. Knight b2, and
Uh-oh.
unfortunately, your rook no longer is
This
protected.
will go to Wesley's second chessable course, I bet. He has an identical position from another game. I think by
That
Fedosеев as well.
that's really a funny move, right? You're blocking your queen, but it just wins on the spot.
But Fedosеев
Now,
is so good at seeing these little tactics from far, far away.
absolutely. Before we go to our last break before the final round of the day, let's go through the standings
Mm-hmm.
as well. Um, Sindarov is still leading, seems to be at least, seems to be leading.
They are sharing actually with Fabi. They're both on 3.5.
Yes, Sindarov, Fabi on 3.5. Maybe you can take us through the standings because I don't see them very well.
Yeah,
So
so Fabi and Sindarov are both on 3.5 out of 4. Then behind them on Alireza, he did lose to Fabi, but keeps 2.5. And then we have a few players on, oh no, just two. Magnus and Vincent, both on 2 points. Yeah, Vincent did strike back after losses. And then Noderbeck with no wins so far, same as Gukesh. And Hikaru, all three are on 3 draws and 1
yes,
loss.
yes, one and a
And then,
half,
yeah,
minus
and
one.
then Fedosеев with 1 point and Levon with 2 draws, also 1 point. So currently Hikaru, yeah, is on top 8, but he
He
also
is on top eight,
played,
but he needs to get out of that
yeah, but
spot,
he
you know.
also played some of the best players out there. He will be facing Fabi, I think, tomorrow, right?
I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
I will tell you right now. Next game is Hikaru with the black pieces against the world champion
Okay.
Gukesh with the black pieces. So that's the one we're going to be having our eyes on. Maria, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back
Yeah.
shortly with the final round of the
Yeah.
day.
See you in a bit.
Of exciting games, and I have to say it's very difficult to predict any of these results because we've even seen last round Magnus losing in basically one move. Hikaru is finding these good ideas in the opening phase, but unfortunately not being able to convert his advantages. What are your takes from the first couple of from the first few games?
Yeah, basically anything can happen in freestyle chess. To see the best player objectively in the world losing rook in one move is, yeah, really, really wild.
Yep.
Gukesh also apparently basically blundered a checkmate in a couple of moves against Sindarov. Um, no, Alireza, sorry. Um, but yeah, it's very hard to navigate these dark waters. Like for, I guess every game we can expect that every game they're playing for the first time, because even if some years ago or online they had the same structure, they likely will not remember what exactly they played there. It's not like 5, 6 openings that you have in your usual repertoire and you have all the time to brush up, improve, have some notes. You cannot have notes on these. You can maybe put them in like 10 or 20 piles of similar ideas. But even then, there are just so many details that you have to figure out at the board.
It's impossible. No, it
Yeah.
truly is. And especially, sure, classical is going to be a different situation because they're going to get the time necessary to try to understand the positions.
Hmm.
But in rapid 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment, you simply just do not have time, you have to rely on your intuition. And very often, your intuition just simply fails you because the patterns are not there. It's not the patterns that you grew up with. We've seen it from the best players. We've seen it from Hikaru. We've seen it from Magnus as well. And on the camera right there, you can see Gukesh, the current world champion, waiting for another current world champion, the chess 960 freestyle chess world champion, Hikaru. So it's world
Reigning
champion versus world
champions,
champion.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah. World champion versus
How
world
many
champion.
reigning world champions we have at the tournament? 3, right?
Well, Magnus, Hikaru, and Gukesh, I
Yeah.
believe, might be the only ones.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, because the rapid is Murzin, and yeah,
He's not there.
he's not
Mursin
there
is
yet.
not there, and Nepo is not there. So
Oh yeah, co-champion, right? I forgot about that.
don't remind me. I have
Oh
very
no.
strong thoughts about that. But yeah, that happened.
It happened. You know what else happened?
What happened?
Chat can roast my shirt as well. Because
Oh,
I
you changed the
decided
shirt.
to, yeah, I decided to support Christian here. So if you roast his shirt, you have to roast mine as well.
There you have it, chat. We're matching. We're matching. But then again,
So,
yes.
so I wanted to ask, do you think it's easier for Hikaru, Fedoseev, Magnus, everyone who played last year, everyone who played the Freestyle Fridays, and started playing Fisher Random like a few years ago when the World Championship started? Is it easier for them than, for example, for Gukesh?
100%. Absolutely, 100%. Especially for Gukesh. Gukesh has been obviously training a lot of classical chess. He's done that for months in preparation for his World Championship match. Obviously, he spent so much energy and so much mental energy on the World Championship match. Then, of course, Tata Steel, which he played quite well. So he's adjusted for classical chess. He's primed right now for classical chess. This is a completely different ball game, and obviously he's struggling for the moment. He is going to take some time. And
Yeah,
he's also not known to be very much an online player. Like you see all of these players, even during
it doesn't
Tata
like it,
Steel,
yeah.
they still play Title Tuesdays. They still play Freestyle Fridays if they have time, if they finish their games beforehand. Like I've seen Fabi from Tata Steel play both Title Tuesday and Freestyle Chess. So
I don't think Fedoseev actually played Freestyle Friday. I think
maybe
he
not
skipped it.
not Fedosev, but okay, Fedosev can adjust to anything very quickly. The guy has the mind for it. You mentioned it earlier in the day. He's set up for this type of situations, right? His classical chess is usually very wild as well.
I guess also it was less pressure. It is less pressure on him. Like we keep saying world champion. Like it's kind of irrelevant in freestyle, but people will still say, "Oh, the world champion lost in 2 moves," because he is a world champion. People expect him to win, or if he doesn't win, we have an excuse to roast him for losing, right? So it is more pressure on Gukesh than on a lot of others of his generation. Like Hikaru doesn't have much to prove. Magnus, I don't know. Magnus is Magnus.
Yeah, I don't think, obviously for the well-established, let's say, generation, they've gone through the gauntlet for many, many years already. This type of pressure is new for the youngsters, right? Whether they get adjusted to it or not, we shall wait and see. So far, they seem very much well adjusted to it, but it's all about longevity. Now, the games have started. Maria. And
Yeah.
once again, exactly the same type of patterns that we were discussing. You want to open up the
Rook.
rooks, but also open up the queen.
Yeah.
And he started with f4, f5, and d3, opening up the diagonal for the bishop on
Very
c1
quick.
as well.
And Hikaru answers with b6.
b6, yeah, trying to get the bishop off. I think Hikaru knows. And by the way, Hikaru is right now, no, he's not doubling black. That was, I had the impression that he's doubling black, but he's not. I do believe that he's going to try to win this one. Now, the thing about freestyle is I'm not sure how to think about it from an opening perspective and an opening advantage perspective. Does white have the advantage in freestyle chess? I don't
I
know.
think
I don't
so.
know.
I think white actually with the correct play,
But you
which of
don't know the
course
correct play.
nobody knows. Even the engine doesn't.
We
But
don't know the correct play, right?
I think
That's the
like
thing.
in a few starting positions, white can attack something with move one. That is out of question of already a huge advantage because black immediately has to respond to that threat and cannot focus on development. But generally, I think positions are way more imbalanced. So
Yeah.
if white manages to create some opportunities with 2-3 moves, I think that I think objectively, at least in half positions, white is better on the spot.
Look at this. He just played e4 and the bar immediately went to black's camp. Of course, after g6, it seems this has been a missed opportunity. Apparently, f takes e4 would have given black the advantage. Again, these players just simply
Again,
don't know.
why? I have no idea why.
My guess is, well, it seems like
Queen
after
c
taking,
no, but
maybe
queen doesn't.
c5 and opening up the bishops, and yeah, good luck trying to explain why these bishops. Wait,
I
what did
mean,
I
what
just
I
do?
can
Did
can immediately see is that black queen can jump to c4 easily, and I don't see how white can stop that apart from playing b3 and creating a weakness and allowing c4. What is this? What is this?
This is the trident, the bishop on b8 trident. It goes on all diagonals.
Bro thinks he's Hikaru.
There you go.
But
There
yeah,
you go.
the white queen is sort of restricted from getting into the game. Here, yeah, here white immediately, yeah, a4, I like a4.
So
But he
a4
still
and
can
then
take on e4, right? He can still have the
c5.
same ideas.
Yeah, that's a good question. So,
Although
what
now
do you do
white
right
can
now,
take
by
with
the way?
knight.
I mean, both of these players are, es- especially white, even though I understand what white is doing. You've
Bishop
already
a2.
set up this pawn structure like
Yeah.
this, so this bishop on b1 is completely dead. You have to open another diagonal, and that's what he's doing. He wants to place the bishop on a2. Now
Gukesh is playing
a5.
like AlphaZero.
You think so?
When AlphaZero appeared, it kept pushing, especially if there is a pawn formation diagonally, you strike in the center of it.
I think he's probably gonna take with the pawn, right?
I think with a knight.
You think he's gonna take with the knight?
Taking with the pawn is okay. I think it's good for Hikaru because the knight on g3 is gonna be restricted from doing anything now, just defending that pawn. By taking with the knight, you were basically inviting black to take.
Yeah. No, I felt that Gukesh is going to try to preserve his majority, let's say, or his dominance in the center by keeping a pawn there.
But now Hikaru has an idea with queen c4 all the time. No,
Oh,
right now it
yes.
doesn't do anything, but he wants to put the knight there.
Yes.
And once white plays b3, he gets c4 ideas.
Well, it's a big threat right now because if you do go e5, then I go queen d5 check. That's why bishop a2 came first.
But he
Bishop
can even
a2.
play knight c4 now. I mean, yeah, you go under the pin, but how do you exploit it? There is no knight to jump and attack it.
Maybe
And the queen
maybe
is
like this.
far, and
I don't like this pin. I really don't like this pin because the only way you can break it is by
I'm
playing
e5.
d5.
But why not? Am I tripping?
D5, I mean, what would you like to play? D5?
Yeah, I think d5 is
D5, maybe just, I mean, your pawn structure becomes extremely suspicious, sus. It's a sus pawn structure right now. But okay, none of this will happen because he did play the move queen g7, e5, and knight f5, and now we see some trades.
Yeah, that trade is probably in Gukesh's advantage. That knight on g3 was not my favorite piece. But I also see that Hikaru wants to finish development, so he is easing up the position.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we take with the G, with the pawn, or with the rook? Excuse
I'm
me.
worried to try to predict anything now. So far, I missed every single move. I don't know. I think pawn takes might be better than rook
Yeah.
g8 and knight g6.
That's the problem. Rook G8 doesn't work.
Yeah, well, I guess e6 first. I don't know,
Like
but then
we
e6
do have to play
d6
six, and
gets weak.
that's the problem.
That's why I don't like to play Fisher random. I don't understand how to put my
It's
pieces.
so difficult. It's
Yeah.
so difficult.
Do you
I've played it.
prioritize pawn structure or do you prioritize developing your
I have
pieces?
no
Because
idea
both
what I
is not
prioritize.
possible
I have no
unless you
idea.
are, I don't know,
I
who
don't play it
was
very often
best in
in chess 960.
like not the best in results, but you look at their positions and they're like nice. Like there
Difficult
is
to say.
no like they don't have to like play a4 and develop the rook from there because there is no other way.
Yeah,
Like it just feels natural. I think
natural.
I liked how Fideseev usually gets like after move 10 his position looks very pleasing, but of course results here don't support that theory yet.
Yeah, no. Again, and I think it probably is it's a very subjective thing anyway.
Yeah, we probably also don't have enough data yet to draw any conclusions. They
Yes.
like played maybe 20 official games so far in the entire history of freestyle chess. So
Yes, yes. No, this one is starting to look. First of all, I really don't like the fact that White can castle immediately and put pressure on that d7 pawn, and that's why Hikaru goes bishop c7. He's getting ready to castle as well, because you cannot get under the gun. Whoa. Okay. For a second, I thought that he played king c1, but of course it was long castle. Long castle, long castle, and at least the pawn on d7 is safe. So now it's starting to look much more like a natural position, like a regular classical chess
yeah, except
position.
for the knights, it looks completely normal, completely almost.
Yeah.
I guess developing knights is what's gonna happen. Just a question where.
My guess is something like this. Knight
Yeah.
g6, e6. I really didn't
Yeah,
like.
I think that outpost on d6 is not a problem. The knight is never gonna get there. The bishop as well. And
At
we can
least for the
always play
moment.
d6 later.
At least for the moment, yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes, yes. Knight g6, e6, knight d7,
I
knight
like knight
d5
g6.
would be my choice. Yes,
Yeah.
would be my choice. And to be honest, I'm not really sure what White is going to do
Although he can also play
in
knight
response.
f7, h6, g4, and if white does play h3, they create a weakness.
Yeah, the g2 pawn would be a weakness in that case. So I think regarding this the e6 idea followed by knight g6, knight d7, I think the problem is, and Gukesh might have spotted that with the move knight to f3, might have highlighted that, is I get knight d2, knight c4, knight d6 very quickly. So
That is true, although Hikaru also saw knight g5 idea and decided to prevent that. Well, it's just, I guess, preventive measures. There is no reason to rush decision. I think he also
can I
wants
take?
to delay. Take.
Can I go a little bit crazy and take?
You can go crazy. It's not you who is playing.
It's not my pawns. Yes, it's not my pieces. It's not my pawns. Take king b8 to defend the pawn on a7, but maybe I can go something like bishop b5. I'm starting to have mating ideas.
It looks
It
nice.
looks dangerous.
It
I'm
looks
not going
very
to lie.
dangerous.
Um,
And it's
and
good we did not play knight g6 because at least our queen can go there.
yeah, but playing with the knight on h8 like this,
But maybe he needs to play knight f7. And maybe even rook e8 and knight d8, knight c6.
Okay,
put the knight on a normal square.
so let's take it move by move. First of all, you have to
Yeah,
defend
this
the
is
pawn on a7.
yeah, I think queen g6 is what he has to play, bring the queen.
Ah, so you're trying to defend with queen a6, right?
Yeah,
You're
I
giving
mean
me the pawn.
we just have to give up something. At
Yeah.
least the a5 is probably also going to be oh wow.
It's a big decision. It's a big decision, and if he goes for this, obviously, it does seem like after queen g6,
Oh, he has e6.
white has some big
Jeez.
moves,
Uh-oh.
like e6,
Yeah,
which makes a lot of sense.
That is probably close to winning by white.
It makes a lot of sense. It looks good for white, but it's not easy to make this type of decisions, right?
Yeah, but I guess if he does sacrifice a bishop, he will be ready to play e6.
You're burning bridges, like, and
is
he's
great.
looking at it. He's definitely looking at it.
I mean, he's down to 4 minutes now. He must have calculated all of that. He is going for it.
He played it.
Oh my God.
He played it. And I think this is going to come somewhat as a cold shower. But Hikaru, he probably understands that objectively this might not be the best situation. But he also understands that right now Gukesh has spent a lot of his time
Oh
on this
no,
decision.
Gukesh did that thing, you know?
What did he do?
When he does this with his like head and like when he sees something that makes him happy in the position, like when he sees winning move, he just did that.
The
You know,
shimmy,
when he
yeah?
saw
Yeah,
that Ding blundered, and in Tata Steel he also did that a few times. Uh-oh.
Yes. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he gets excited.
But yeah, Hikaru definitely was ready for this, and I'm sure he was calculating that as well.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's that many things to calculate is the problem.
Well,
first of all, I think you're forced to take.
You do have to take.
It just feels like if you don't take, you're busted.
Yeah, you will be in worse position and without any extra material.
You have to take it.
Yeah,
if
you
you
have
die,
to take.
at least die with a full belly.
No, Hikaru seems very surprised.
So queen takes c5. But what now? What now? So I do like this queen g6. The problem is this e6 just really is a powerful move. Not only that you're attacking the pawn on a7 and you're cutting the action, the defensive action of the queen, but also knight e5 is coming. Oh, sorry, not queen g5, of course. But e6 also.
Okay, I have to admit I did not see queen e7, but
queen takes e7?
Yeah, but it
no, but I'm not going to take that
also
pawn.
feels a bit unnatural, right?
Yeah, I'm not taking that pawn. I'm not interested in that pawn. I just want to mate you. Okay, we have some moves. So take. This is a big moment because you need to make some defensive decisions. Probably king b8.
King
it just
b8
feels like
seems
king b8.
just more, yeah.
Yeah.
But still e6. No.
King
Can
b8, e6, I think I can go d6, right? It doesn't seem that potent, at least.
But still permanently cutting the queen off from being able to come and help. And then, well, okay, the queen is hanging, but maybe white can just play rook d3 and delay e6.
Yeah. Right now, this is a big moment.
It's just so easy to play here for white. Although you are a piece down.
You are a piece down, but the truth is, that piece it doesn't feel like much. I mean, I have
it doesn't feel like black
on
has
d3.
an extra piece because of the knight on h8.
Exactly. That is a very good point. If you would be able to transfer this knight to c6, I mean, thank you very much.
You have to study chess, but Capella, what is there to study? You need to play well.
What do you mean? Fabi analyzed everything. Fabi analyzed 960 positions.
So what, you wake him up in the middle of the night and you say, queen, rook, king, rook, bishop, bishop, knight, knight, and he will tell you like the first 5 moves?
Yeah, he knows everything.
Poor lad.
Everything is prep, all prep.
Does he see the world at all? Does he like touch grass? Anything?
No, it's all prep. All prep. Whatever you do is prep.
Everything was prepped from when he was 5.
Okay. It's a tough position right now. It's a tough position, Maria. We need to find some defensive resources.
And it came out of nowhere for Hikaru as well. He did not expect bishop c5 at all.
I did not see that bishop c5 either. I did not. I think somebody mentioned it in chat, and I was like, okay, if
Chat
somebody
knows.
chat knows. Chat
Chat is smart.
usually have
But
to follow
they,
the chat.
of course, they watch the smartest streamer in the world, so logical.
Queen c5. Okay. 3 minutes 59 seconds against 4 minutes 46. This is something that I was excited about. The fact that Hikaru had like double the time of Gukesh, that evaporated.
Was not that hard to see. Okay, sorry.
That evaporated.
Okay, so Hikaru is down to 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, Queen c5. Let's find some defensive resources.
So
Where do
options
we
are
go?
Queen g6, and he
He
plays
went
it.
for Queen g6.
Okay, so e6 is best move, but supposedly Gukesh did think about it.
If he doesn't find e6, then I'm looking good right now. I mean, Queen
Yeah.
c6, Queen a6.
Yeah,
I
once the
get my
queen
queen.
jumps to c6 or a6, black is happy.
I'm happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean,
You
I don't know
sacked
how
it.
happy I am because
Yeah.
even Rook d3 feels like there's a lot of ideas for white still.
Yeah, but we bring the knight, and I think we will be fine.
e6 is the one that I'm worried about.
Yeah.
e6 is the one that I'm worried about.
Gukesh is looking straight there.
Yeah, and now it's sort of starting to feel somewhat like an attack that you see in classical chess as well, right? Like it's an attack
No,
that
it's a
you're trying
typical
to push
move.
all of your
Yeah.
pieces towards the opponent's king.
And yeah, disconnect the pieces. It's so typical, disconnect the pieces from the defending the king.
Yeah, but still, he has to make those decisions. This is the type with these attacks, and he makes
He played
e6. He
it,
makes the
yeah.
best move.
No, if you said A, you have to be prepared to say B, and that's... I think this decision was easier than bishop c5.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I tend to agree with you on this one. Can I go king b8? How bad is this, king b8? And just say that, okay, if you take on d7, I feel like finally I get my
We
queen
cannot,
back.
no, yeah, we cannot take there.
So
I guess
where's
we
the
are
killing
not,
blow after
we
king
are
b8?
not planning to take on e7, right? But maybe rook d3.
Yeah, rook d3 makes a lot of sense.
Rook c8, and it's bishop f4 threat.
I think he has to go king
He
b8.
already has bishop c4.
I think he has to go king b8. I think
King
king b8,
b8
at least from a practical perspective, is
Yeah,
the best
king
move.
b8 already threatens with bishop f4 check. I mean, not threatens, maybe it's not really a threat, but it's an idea. Just notice how many pieces are hanging. Pawns, how many pawns? g2, f4, e6, e7. a7 is not hanging anymore.
Yeah, no, get the king out of dodge. Go king b8, I think, is the best practical choice.
Yeah, and he needs to do it fast, because he will need that time to defend.
Maybe he wants to play a6, just defend passively like this. That's an idea as well. At least there's no more a6.
Yeah, but at some point, white should stop sacrificing everything.
Well, you already have 2 pawns, right?
You might
can
run
have the
out
third one.
of pieces to sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's wait. These are the two moves that I'm seeing for black for Hikaru right now: king b8 or a6. One of
I
the
do
two I
like
would
king
play.
b8 slightly more because we have like rook c8 ideas. At least we are creating some threat that white has to deal with and like include in their calculation.
I'm definitely not taking on e6.
No.
I see the engine is saying, oh, take on e6. I'm not
Yeah.
taking on e6. Yeah, he
No.
played king b8.
And engine's like, blah.
Again,
Human, you are
again,
dumb.
yes, but it's, yeah, I wouldn't
But
trust
will
it
he
too
play
much.
a6? I doubt it that White will play a6. A6.
A6 is, at least to my eyes, not an easy move. Like, I
No,
actually don't understand.
I think rook d3 is
What if I
well. I
just take?
mean,
Like, what's the idea
yeah.
if I just take?
I mean, queen b4. Can't we just go back with the bishop? I guess bishop d5.
I truly don't understand this move. A6.
No, but it's
Like, I
almost
get it.
checkmate. He has
Queen,
to go back or bishop
you
d6.
cannot go here because of
We
bishop
cannot.
d5.
We cannot
Obviously,
go.
that's winning.
Okay, now I see why a6 is a good move. But bishop b6,
And now
knight
you have knight
e5.
d5 because there's no more bishop on c7, and you get all sorts of nice ideas.
Eesh.
It's a nice move. It's a nice move, but yeah, and as
He
expected,
plays knight e5 immediately, but that's
right now Hikaru is
that
back.
allows us to trade. I think Gukesh,
Hikaru is completely back right now.
at
Bishop
least the
takes
engine
e5.
loves it.
Queen takes e5, d6.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
What did
but
he miss?
where's your attack?
What
Queen
did he
e8.
miss?
This is what he missed. He
Oh,
missed queen e8. Oh, that's such a crafty move. If you don't have queen e8, you might be just losing.
yeah.
Like,
And
maybe
Hikaru
he,
has 2 minutes. It's. I mean, he will be able to take advantage of that.
I think he
Fully.
was looking at this. And
No,
then he
but
saw rook d4,
I
and
mean,
then,
Hikaru found queen g6. He's gonna find queen e8.
yeah,
That's the
queen
only way
e8.
to bring the queen back.
Oh, this is now easier.
Yeah.
Much easier to play for Hikaru.
And it's gonna be super easy for him to play with an increment he has. Like I will not even worry about his time on the clock.
Get the knight out. Get the knight out. A piece up. The rook is coming to a b8. This one. Bishop on e4. Get the queen on c6. The other rook on c8. This plays itself.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, this position plays itself.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna call it. I'm not gonna jinx it. But Hikaru is looking good right now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the problem with sacrifices like bishop c5. You need to find e6 and you need to find a6. Like I was sure he will find e6, but then a6 was the last piece of the puzzle that Gukesh missed.
Yeah.
Well, he
No.
missed queen e8, I guess. We guess that he missed
A6
that.
was such a difficult move.
But a6 was exposing the king to that check so that there is no time to play queen e8. That's the difference.
Yeah. No. No, I have to say, after, again, and king b8 felt like the natural move in that position. Get out of touch with the king and then ask the direct question. Look,
Yeah, and even though Hikaru was lower on time, it was questions to Gukesh to answer. Like it's always for him to prove that he sacrificed a piece legitimately. Otherwise, black is a piece up.
Yeah.
So you have to invest more and more time in finding those moves. And
finally a6, but a bit too late, and
Mhm.
bit of a strange decision.
I mean, it's still not over. It's still the queens are still on the board. While the queens are on the board and the king is like that exposed, it's white who is keeps some pressure. Like rook d3 is also coming.
The funny part is that I would not be surprised if this turns into an attack against the white king also, after rook
It could
b8, queen
well
c8,
possibly happen.
the other rook coming to c8. Like, these
But at
files
least
are
he
open
has
as well.
pawns. Like he can put the bishop on b3 or I don't know. I mean, it's not super easy, but rook d3, rook b3 also covers the king.
Yes. And this knight on h8, look, I mean, it's still a
These
very
knight,
ugly knight.
yeah.
I mean, we usually
g3
like the
and that
knights,
knight
but
is never getting out. Like you have
you have to
to,
go via f8. You have
yeah.
to, like,
I can even
struggle.
see that knight getting sacrificed, knight f7, and it's
This
just
knight
take it,
is
please.
having a struggle session right now.
Take it. But Gukesh is gonna go a long time, that's for sure, because Hikaru has nothing to lose here. He just improves his pieces
Yeah.
and tries to trade. That's
Rook
what you do
c3,
when you are
looking
up
at
on material.
ideas of rook takes c6 at the right moment and bishop to d5.
Yeah. Yeah, the pawns on a6 and e6 are
Do you take on
beautiful.
g2? Do you munch on that pawn?
Yeah, why not?
Why not, right?
Why
I
not?
think I would do the same thing.
With a tempo, yes. Without a tempo, probably not. Not in this position.
I would do the same thing.
If the rook was on e1, I probably would not do it.
Yep. I would do the same thing.
But these pawns on a6, e6, like as beautiful as they are right now, can also become easy targets. Not so much for e6, but a6, yes. Queen c8 already asks questions. What do you do?
Bishop before. Look, good move. Good
It's
move.
interesting that engine actually evaluates identically bishop e4 and bishop g2, then bishop e4.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
It says,
Even though they're
it
completely
doesn't care.
different
It
moves.
doesn't matter whether you take it or not. Like, it's just equally better.
Completely
Interesting.
different moves. Yes. Yes.
But I guess because white gets compensation with open g file, and Hikaru is just keeping it simple for him to play.
Yeah. No, I like this. I like this bishop e4.
e5 and rook e6. Maybe not immediately rook e6, but at
That's
least
something. No, no, no. That
yeah.
d5 looks really good. Knight to g6. I mean, d5 is still coming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still
sure.
playing d5.
For
And
sure.
at this point, you're like, okay, how do I get rid of this pawn on
Mhm.
e6? And this is the simple way to do so.
Yeah.
I think Hikaru is going to see it.
But maybe not even with that rook, but with other rook. He can bring rook f6, rook e6.
Now there's no more. There is no more d5 after allowing rook to d1. King b8 was a little bit too slow.
But maybe he is not in a rush. He can always do it. I don't see how white can improve their position.
At some point, white is going to try to go rook d4 and take on e4 and sacrifice the rook, the exchange.
Sacrifice even more.
Yes. I mean, that's your only hope at this
Well,
point.
he doesn't have other options, right? It's
Wait, what? Queen c6. It's a little bit.
It's
of
a little
strange move.
risky.
But what's the idea if I just move
Yeah,
bishop b2? Like you
what's
don't actually
his,
want to play the queen on
what's
a8,
his
right?
plan?
There's no way he goes on
Because
a8.
he gives Gukesh an extra tempo with rook d4.
He might go to a8, but this is the. I'm not gonna lie, it's not a good looking queen.
No.
It's not a good looking queen, but he might go for it. Yeah,
Mm.
he's going for it. He wants to go rook c8.
Hmm.
He wants to go rook c8. That's a weird looking queen.
Yeah.
Okay, rook c8.
It's interesting.
Rook c4.
For a moment, engine said bishop h1, and I was like, yeah, sure. Let's start the procedure. If anyone plays bishop h1 there.
Kramnik will.
Kramnik immediately will wake up.
Have a
like,
field day.
What?
It's like the Terminator. He would open his eyes and the procedure would begin. It would be over.
For everyone. He
Cannot
will
play
fly
bishop
to
h1.
Germany, Weisenhaus.
All right, so rook c8. Obviously, if you can transfer this king off the c file, then your position is just winning. Like, for example, if you take, you give a check, I go to d8.
I honestly
I'm
have
happy.
no idea what is happening in this position. Like
rook dc4.
What is white trying to do?
For example, something like just simply keep the king on b8. That means the queen is most likely going to stay locked as well. This doesn't seem to be the right path. Queen a5. Okay.
Take it. Take it, Hikaru. Apparently there was something with rook before, queen before check. It's always that queen before check.
Yeah, we're not going to spend any time because there is no time. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Take on c4. Rook takes c4. And queen d5. Let's go. Let's get the queen out. Probably Gukesh is looking at queen c3, queen g7 ideas. But you have to get that queen out. Queen d5 has to be played. Good move. Excellent move. Excellent move. Queen d5. Queen a4. Be careful. Now, Gukesh does have the draw in his hands because queen b4 you have to respond with rook b6. If you don't, queen b7 is coming and you're going to get mated. it does feel like this might end up anticlimactically in a draw.
Honestly, at this point, I think Hikaru should be happy because I think he
Unless
got...
Gukesh goes for it, which we hope he will, because that means that black is going to get his
Yeah.
chances as well. Like rook b4, for example, I think.
Knowing
e7.
Gukesh, he is probably tempted to do something else rather
That's
than
the thing.
accept the draw.
That's the thing about Gukesh, right? He almost never
And he's doing this
settles.
thing again.
Queen b3, okay, that doesn't change anything.
He's not gonna take a draw. Okay, but no, he's going back. I think this is the first time in century that Gukesh is taking a repetition.
Yeah. Yeah.
No way. No, he's gonna do something else.
It's a threefold repetition right now. He has 6 seconds. Let's see what he
No,
goes for.
he's taking it. Wow.
The thing is, right now, Hikaru has 1 minute and Gukesh has 10 seconds. I think this is the thing that's stopping him from taking too many chances.
Yeah, but it was impossible to see what was the reason behind
Yeah.
that spike in engine with rook c6. I had a peek, and
Yes.
it's the pawn on f5.
Yeah, it's impossible, of course. These
It's
things, I
impossible
mean,
to see there, even with more time on the clock.
and that finishes in a draw. Where should we go? Magnus is losing against Sindarov. Should we take a look at that?
Ooh, yes, yes, always.
Oh, this is just over.
I love Magnus, but yes.
Oh, this actually finished. This is over. Like the game is over after Queen d4. There's no way to stop Rook h8, and that means you can resign.
Cooked.
Wow.
He is cooked.
The battle of the Americans. Fabi with black pieces seems to be putting the finishing touches on Levon.
Would be really hilarious if Magnus doesn't get it out of the like.
It would be a disaster for
That
him.
imagine they are just like, okay, guys, tournament is over. Bye.
I would not be surprised.
I think
I would
honestly,
not be surprised.
Honestly, I think organizers only care about 2 players. They just want to have Magnus and Fabi. I don't think they really care about anyone else, to be honest.
I don't know. The 2 players, yeah. I mean, 1 player is for sure.
Yeah, Fabi is there. Okay, so they will continue just because Fabi made it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's, yeah,
well,
no, I mean, it would be
at least
an
Magnus
absolute
will
disaster.
have more time to spend in the goat villa. I mean, it is a wonderful place.
I'm sure it is.
I stayed there last year. It was amazing. It was like 3 times bigger than my apartment.
I'm sure it is.
2 floors and like
it looks sensational.
Champagne on arrival and beautiful bedroom. Yeah.
It looks sensational from the photos. Yeah.
And I stayed in a normal villa while Magnus.
And it was nice. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Okay. You know, we're laughing, but there's still plenty of games to go. Like that. That's still very unlikely, but anything can happen. It seems like this race is going to be close.
Mm-hmm.
This race is definitely going to be close.
Okay, yeah.
So bishop to c1.
I mean, I love it for Sindarov, honestly. He's extremely talented player.
Yes. Okay, how do you finish things off? The king is still, by the way, you can see Gukesh and Hikaru are still analyzing.
Mm-hmm.
Still analyzing.
So I guess they saw now that a6 was probably a game changer, literally.
Yeah, the problem for white is that despite the fact the king is still somewhat uncovered on g7, there's no way to get to it. And you don't have enough pieces, is the thing. So a3, trying to open things up, but this seems to just be opening things up, but for the wrong side. b3, okay, queen c4. You cannot touch that pawn because you lose the bishop on c1.
Yeah, but there is nothing Levon can really do. His pieces
First of all,
tied
rook
up.
e4 just... Rook e4, queen takes c5, okay. So what's...
Rook
yeah,
e2, yeah.
rook e2, rook c2, I think it's just, it's just over.
It's over.
You're gonna
give some last checks, but the king is
you're gonna
probably
get a check.
hiding.
That's it. That's one check.
Oh yeah, okay,
That's it.
fair.
You're not getting more. I don't know if he has
Queen
resigned already.
b3.
No, queen takes e1.
Then takes, and yeah, it's
Just
over.
take, yeah. Queen f4. That's probably a good
But
move.
then just rook g2 and push the pawn.
Yeah.
Push
But
the
at least you give a
G7.
check.
Yeah, but he can even play rook g7 to stop it.
Yeah.
Like king
No,
f7,
this
rook
is over.
g7.
Rook takes g2. You give one check. I go to g8. No more checks.
Oh, okay. You're very good at finding the move that prevents further checks.
Yeah, now rook g1. I think it should be enough. Should be enough. Rook g1, queen h6, king f7. There's a few checks there, but I don't believe you have more than just a few. I think they finish very quickly. Okay, Fabi's trying to be extremely precise. Rook g5, not getting any checks. It's a good day for Fabiano. It's a good day for Sindarov.
Yeah.
And who else is a good day for? I guess
Well,
Alireza somewhat, right?
Alireza.
We're going to be checking the standings after this game is over as well.
Keimer did not badly, but he's losing now to Alireza.
Maybe we can move to that one. This one seems to be over, right? We're going to see a handshake.
Did Magnus still not resign? Oh, no, he did.
No, that game is over a long time ago.
Yeah, Keimer also lost. It's just me. It was not updating.
Yeah, queen
Oh,
e2.
no, Keimer. Well, Keimer, it's because Keimer won 2 games. I had an impression he's doing well, but he did lose the others. So he's same as Fedeseev and Magnus, 0 draws.
King a1. You can just start pushing the h-pawn.
Oh, Fedeseev lost 1 more to Abdusattorov. Oof.
Queen c2, okay. a4. Do you go rook g1? Or do you start pushing the h-pawn? I guess you just start pushing the h-pawn. h4, h2. It's a sad position for white because you don't have any checks.
No.
Like your only idea in the position to hope for anything would be to give some checks.
Yeah, and then pawn on
there's
c5 stops
nothing.
everything.
No checks. You have one check after queen f4, rook g1. You get a check on c7, and that's it.
Yeah, time for resignation. Yep.
I think it's coming.
Does
I
it?
think the resignation. We don't see it on the board, but it probably just.
Yeah, he just resigned.
Okay, and that's the resignation. And let's take a look at. Oh, never mind. This one is over as well. Alireza finished Keimer in fashion. Beautiful, beautiful finish. And let's take a look at the standings. I don't think there's any games left, right?
No, all finished. Yeah, so Javahir and Fabi are on 4.5. Alireza is alone on 3.5, right? Wow.
Yes. Yes, I believe
And
so.
then it's Nodirbek with 2.5. He just won against Fedeseev. His first win of today. And then Magnus, Gukesh, Hikaru, and Vincent are all on 2 points. Funny, it's either 2 wins and the rest are losses, or it's just draws.
Yep.
No other combination here.
Yeah, and let's see who's on those last 2 spots. I see Hikaru is in 8th position, tied with, even though Hikaru is on 2 points right now. So
there are 4 players tied, so it's
those are the standings from
anyone's.
last round. Yes.
All the world champions are on 2 points together.
That's an interesting way to put it, but yes, that is true. That is true. So obviously Levon not having a good day, still on 1 point. Fedoseev still on 1 point. And of course, those are the players that right now for the next 4 rounds are going to try everything in their powers to try to get off those bottom 2 spots, because those get eliminated instantaneously. So tomorrow we have 4 rounds. 4 rounds. The top 8 qualify for the knockout stage. The bottom two, unfortunately, go home.
Mm-hmm.
Big day tomorrow, and I do believe that we might be having. Are we having an interview with Hikaru, Maria? What are you hearing?
Um, do we? Not yet. I don't think there is any news yet.
I think
But
we will definitely have some. Let's take a look at what happened in all the games. I think we
Mhm.
did miss perhaps Nodirbek versus Fedosev.
Yeah, that one might be interesting.
Let's see how they finished. By the way, look at this: e4, e5, f3, d4. It seems like all of these players are gravitating towards, especially when they're playing with the white pieces, they're gravitating towards taking the center,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It's just bad habits.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what is a center? Like I have a feeling in some starting positions, center just shifts.
Yes, yes,
But
especially.
how? Like if your bishops are not on c1 and f1, but d1 and g1, then maybe you can predict that the center will be just shifted a little bit. But then what if your bishops are on a1 and b1? Where the heck is the center? Where the queen is?
That's a good question.
Like it's so hard to like it seems logical to think that where the queen is, there the play is. But the queen can just jump
Yes.
over the entire board, and does it take the center with it? Or does it even matter? Most of the games were ended because of the king safety issues.
It's always a big one. It's always a big one. And also, again, it's not only from an objective point of view, but also psychologically. And I have to say, look, Hikaru really defended well in that final game. I mean, he really had a tough position after bishop takes c5.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing Gukesh doing his shoulder thing, the one that you were pointing out quite a few times, where that right now he's ready to pounce, right now he's feeling confident. So whenever you see those type of emotions coming from your opponent, you start doubting yourself.
Yeah.
And he didn't. Hikaru kind of kept his cool, found the
Mm-hmm.
best moves.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, put that queen on a8, a bit of a weird situation with that queen, but in the end, everything played out just fine. Defended that one, perhaps even had great chances to win it, but 2 points out of 5, -1, still 4 rounds to go, and you're not flirting right now with those final 2 spots, and that's important. Do not get to those final 2 spots, because that's when the pressure seeps in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It will be Fedoseev and Levon who really need to prove that they are in this bracket for a reason. I mean, Fedoseev doesn't have anything to lose. He qualified from qualifier spot, but he wants to obviously be in the knockouts. And Levon actually was there in I think he was in losers finals, right? He lost to Fabi in semifinal.
Mm-hmm.
So he definitely wants to be back.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he also was a world champion in freestyle. I think he was unofficial Fisher random world champion.
Mm-hmm.
So he also, it was even back in, I don't know, maybe a chat remembers, but it was some really, really old age, like 2004 or something.
I don't
He
remember
won.
those times.
Yeah, some people in the chat probably weren't even born yet.
I'm sure a lot of them weren't. uh, but yes, you see, I'm underestimating chat again, and
I
then
mean, they're still very smart. I'm not saying
I'm going
anything.
to get attacked because of it.
Nice, Hikaru is joining soon.
Excellent. Excellent.
Awesome.
Yes, we're going to find out his thoughts about this one. Cool. And as I'm going through the game between Nodirbek and Fedosev, again, you
Oh, this
sort
was.
of pointed out exactly the big problem. And the problem was the king safety. This king on d8
Mhm.
never got safe in this one. Got
But
pinned,
it's not where it started, right?
stuck in the center.
The kings were on E file at the beginning. So he actually was
No,
there. Oh
no,
no,
no. The
on
king
D.
was on the
Okay.
d file.
The board was reversed for us because we were watching with black. That's why.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember it was on the right for me.
Yes. And this is where we stand right now.
There
And
he is.
I do believe that we have the man himself, Hikaru. Hikaru, welcome. Welcome to the stream.
Can
Obviously,
you guys hear me?
I
Yes.
believe we do. I believe we do.
No, what's up?
Obviously, not the start that you must have wanted, but still, you're not anywhere close to those last couple of spots. So at least that's a positive that you can take away. But how are you feeling about your play? Because this seems to be the most important thing in this very awkward chess 960 situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, it's pretty typical that people like to complain about the format. So I'll try not to do that. But I think that really for my games today, I mean, everything kind of hinged on the first game. It's a game that I mean, I haven't looked at it yet with an engine, but I suspect that at some point I probably should have beaten Magnus, and then it got very messy and I was low on time and I simply couldn't keep it together. And then I lost that very messy position where I was down the knight or was down a bishop. And that kind of set the tone. And I mean, I think I had chances to maybe be better against Levon. I think I mean I haven't looked at the last game, but I suspect that I had a chance to beat Gukesh for maybe one or two moves. But at any rate, I mean, considering the format is such that I believe the top 8 move on, if I'm not mistaken, after the
Yes.
after this phase, I'm doing completely fine.
Yeah, top 8 move on. And I think this was perhaps the chance that you felt you had, is after he played G3, or perhaps even before, you had the chance of playing D5, if you remember, against Gukesh.
I could have played D5 here. Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling. I had a feeling that like there was like a moment that I was winning in this game, but again, like I mean, easier said than done. Actually, I probably should have seen this. Why didn't I play this move? I think I just assumed that after Bishop E2, Rook F6, there would be some way for White to for White to have some trick. I just assumed there was some trick, but there isn't. I didn't actually look at Rook E6, by the way. I only thought about
Rook
Rook
F6. Got it.
But
Got
I
it.
assumed there was some tactic, like Bishop H5 or Rook C7 or Queen A. I guess Queen A4 doesn't work, but I just thought there was a tactic, which is why I did it. But you know, at least at the end of the day, I still drew the game. And yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah, he certainly had also winning chances. You analyzed for a while. Did you guys analyze move A6
Which
after
move?
E6? After he played E6, the next move?
I think it was after this king to B8. This was the big moment right here. He had this crazy move A6.
Well, you know what's kind of ridiculous about this situation though is that my first idea when he played Bishop takes C5 was I was going to play the exact line that happened in the game, but then I didn't see Queen E8. So basically, if you go forward to the actual game,
Yes.
I didn't see Queen E8. So like this was the first thing I looked at, and then I went on to other lines, and I finally like came back to this line after like wasting 3 minutes, and I saw Queen E8 on the second go around. But if I had 3 more minutes, I mean, I probably win this game from this position. But yeah, I mean, it happened, and then so you guys are saying there was an A6 move because we didn't even consider this.
Yeah.
This king B8 A6.
Because then
This is good, really.
Then the bishop goes to B6 to protect the king, and then knight E5 wins.
Oh, like this. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it was very. I wasn't sure what was going on really, which is why I kind of went in. You know, I wasn't sure what was going on, but I thought after Queen E8 I had to be much better.
You were, yeah, you were.
But the thing is, already, I mean, I wasn't playing great. I was low on time, and I mean, that's never a good. That's you know, like I said. Not to belabor the facts, I've probably said this 1,000 times on stream for anybody who's watched, but when I'm in these split-second moments where I have to make moves quickly, I generally haven't been very good at that lately, and I definitely wasn't good against Magnus, for example. So it was just a tough spot to be in. And then, I mean, there were other games too, like against Alireza, where I was I mean, I haven't looked with an engine, but I thought I was completely fine. And then I'm basically, I think I put on my jack and I'm ready to make the draw and go home. And then I play H5 allowing Rook F6, and I mean, I probably should have lost this game too. So, I mean, it was just a day where a lot of things were not going my way. But that being said, as we see in the event, I mean, it feels like a lot of people are suffering or having a tough go of it. I mean, Magnus has lost what 3 games already?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, again, top 8 qualified. So I think the way that I look at it is it's not too different from when I played in Iceland in the Fischer Random World Championship in 2022, where I didn't feel like I got off to a very good start. I was a little bit sluggish. But then, you know, middle to the end of the event, I turned it on and I played great chess. So, I mean, I guess that's the silver lining, is that at least if I play decently tomorrow, I'll be in the top 8, and that's good enough for now.
It's better this way than the other way around. So yeah.
Well, I mean, if I beat Gukesh, I would definitely be in the top 8 for sure. But you know, at any rate, I mean, I'm having a good time, and it's all good.
What's generally the most difficult thing to turn on? You just mentioned that. Like, is it the pattern recognition? Is it the speed that you play with? What is it?
Well, I mean, I don't really believe in manifesting things, but I've said it in a few interviews, and I think unfortunately there's a slight problem with my game, which is that as I get older, when I get low on time, I seem to panic. I don't seem to really control the situation very well, and that's the biggest issue, is that I felt against Magnus, I did not move in a reasonable manner. I got too low on time before the critical moment. I thought against Alireza, then I tried to overcorrect by moving too fast at a critical moment. So, I mean, the main thing I would say is that probably I should just move fast, and if I blunder, I blunder, but just try to go fast. I think that's probably the most important thing in terms of trying to get into the flow. But you know, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough it's tough to kind of deal with the situation, because like I've said, you know, it's one thing when you just get blown off the board, but when you mismanage your time, or when you can't find moves because you get too low, it's a very frustrating thing to deal with. But you know, I'm still all I need is to play well and get to top 8, and then play well tomorrow and get to top 8, and then we'll see what happens.
Just imagine you're streaming, because it feels like when you're streaming and you're low on time, it's completely normal.
But I mean, it's much different though, because well, I don't know about, actually, the last couple Title Tuesdays haven't been great when I get really low on time, and obviously World Rapid and Blitz was the same thing. But you know, I think the main thing is it's just it's very tough, especially in Fisher Random, because unless you get the exact first 5 or 6 moves that you want, you're gonna have to spend time early. And so if your opponent's moving quicker than you are, and you're spending time trying to find good moves, it's very difficult to deal with the time. Very, very difficult. Much harder than regular chess. I mean, even in Blitz. So yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, but you know, it could be a lot worse. And frankly, it doesn't feel like anybody's really, I mean, I guess Sindarov's doing quite well, but I feel like everybody else has been mostly like bad, of the people you would expect to be good. I mean, Fabiano, I think, has been pretty stable, but when I look at like Levon, he hasn't been great. Magnus has been horrible. I haven't been great. So yeah, that's what it is.
Are there any plans for a recap coming along?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely do a recap. Probably now. For anybody who's wondering, by the way, it's a little bit unusual, this event, because it's basically being held at a nature resort, meaning that I mean, it's literally like a 2-minute walk from the playing site back to my room. So it's not it's not super far away. But on the other hand, also it's where, you know, we're not in the city. It would be like going to like Aspen or Vail, for example, for anybody who's been there in Colorado. It's kind of like something along those lines, where you're kind of you're away from the city, and so yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely different than a lot of events I've played before. And I see people are asking about what I was drinking. I was drinking mostly water, for anyone who's wondering.
Yeah, it did look like Levon was having wine, but after debates, we decided it's probably grape juice.
Really? I don't remember there being grape juice, actually. There were soft drinks, but I don't remember there being grape juice.
Maybe
Okay, maybe
something
Levon
that
brought something from home.
has a dark color. Yeah,
He does have
the usual Levon.
Armenian blood, in fact. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of what it is. I think, you know, again, overall, I didn't play great today, but it still wasn't that bad. And I mean, I think I'm in decent shape. If I play well tomorrow, I should make the top 8, and that's really the only thing that's on my mind at the moment.
Yeah.
how
Well,
was
go ahead.
the experience? Sorry, how was the experience analyzing games before the start? Like, do you
I mean,
guys?
it's tricky. It's very tricky, because so a perfect example is a game I played against Levon. I think it was me, Fabiano, and Sindarov we were analyzing, and position after e4, like I mean, Fabiano thought those positions were just better for white, so we as a group collectively agreed. And then actually, it was funny because in the game, Fabiano did not play e4 against Alireza, and he castled. So it's kind of a situation where you have some idea of what you do, but if you all agree on the same thing and then it doesn't work out, it's like, I mean, what to do? So it's good and bad because you sort of you kind of reach a conclusion and then you trust what your colleagues are saying in a sense, and sometimes it's not right.
So Fabi just played you dirty. He just said it's good, but then didn't play it.
Well, I mean, I think he probably analyzed it then at the board, and he came to a different conclusion. But you know,
Yeah.
it's very tricky because yeah, if you do that, like for example, the game against Noterbeck, I played knight c3 on move 2, and then I didn't play the right third move, and I just got a worse position. So it's very tricky because it's like you kind of want to trust what you guys, the conclusion you reach, but then if it doesn't work out, you feel really stupid, really stupid.
Now, we've seen a couple of approaches. Most of the players obviously were teaming up and trying to analyze for at least a few minutes, but we've seen Alireza, and this is typically Alireza, but also Gukesh seems to have taken a page out of that. They're not looking at chess with anybody. They're just going, sitting at the board and trying to figure things out on
And they
their
don't
own.
move
Which one do you
pieces,
think
right?
exactly? Which one do you think is the better approach?
I'm not 100% sure that's true with Gukesh because he does have a second here, Gaevsky. So I'm not 100% sure that's true. For Alireza, I assume it is. I don't know. I mean, it can be good or bad. I'm really not sure what the right approach is. Honestly, I'm not sure.
Hmm. But can he use a computer with his coach?
No.
It's not
No, I
allowed,
mean,
right?
if people could use computers, then I would have a second here too.
Yeah. So
So
there is not much point in talking to Gaevsky.
well, but he's a grandmaster. I mean, let's not sell him short. I mean, he's a grandmaster. He's a good player, but yeah, I mean, I mean that's what Gukesh feels comfortable with. Let's not forget he's obviously quite young. Hasn't had the experience, especially playing Fisher Random tournaments. I think it definitely showed today. So I mean, they're different approaches, but I think for myself, like it's always fun to analyze with people like Fabian or Levon and get some general idea. So I actually rather enjoy it.
Well, Hikaru, I think you said it best. It's time for a recap. It's time for you to go walk in nature, get some rest. So I will let you sign us off.
Yeah, well, I hope everybody enjoyed the show today. I'll be making a recap for my YouTube channel pretty shortly. But that's going to do it for today, and I'll see everybody tomorrow for the second day of the freestyle tournament here in Germany. So see you guys. Bye.
Bye, Hikaru.
Cheers, guys.